In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders.
That's assault, man. That's assault, man. Break that up, man. Pop that there, man. That's assault, man. That's assault, man. Break that up, man. Break that up. Pop that chair here. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault, man. That's assault, man. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Break that up, man. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will. Excuse me. Ma'am. Excuse me. Break that up. That's assault. That's assault. You cannot touch me like that. Break that up. Break that up. Break that. Break that. That's break that up. Break that up. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that up. Break that up. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will assault. It is incredibly appropriate. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that. Stop that chair here. Man, you can.
Okay, we have OSINT to do, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, Sassy. Good morning, Tubes. Good morning, Angela. Good morning, Donnie. Good morning, Sarah. Dance Kinetics via Beto. JG Cruz. Tombstones. Darlene. Big Turd in the house. Okay. Gabagool is here. We got Fuzzy Lou is here. Everybody's here. Everybody's good. Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to see you, Peter. What's up, Peter? Good to see you, hon. What? Oh, it's super late over there, huh? You are in Australia, right? Yeah. Okay. Guys, we have OSINT to do. Who is this? I don't know who this is dancing. I thought it was Titus O'Neil. Somebody asked underneath the video who this person is. San Antonio. What's up, Amy Boyd? Hello, everybody. Who is this person? Somebody asked me, and I was like, let me check. And I don't honestly know. I have no idea. They're in the video that I made. And I don't know who they are. So let me know. Let me know. Also, what's the weather like where you are? I know what it's like where Amy is because it's fucking hot. It looks like Seal, but is it Seal? Let's go back a little bit. It does look like Seal. Is it? Samuel Jackson? I don't think so. Is it? No, that's Seal, right? Who is that?
You cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault.
Nope. That's neither. Who is that? What is that from? I don't even know. They shipped you away. Oh, no. They took you. They took my baby. Good morning, Total Eclipse. It's not Samuel Jackson, though, is it? Tombstone Sassy says, good morning. Mia, good morning. PETA says, oh, no. Oh, wait, says Mia. Who is this? Who the fuck is this, you guys? Sral. Okay, I don't know what that means. Sral? Oh, you meant Seal. Is it? It's Seal? Okay, maybe. That's not Seal. That can't be Seal. We got to figure it. Again, I don't know who this is. That's not Seal. Who is that? Who is that doing that little dance? It's cool and drizzly rain. It is so fucking hot here. Good morning, Reggie Ray. Incredibly hungover, warm and sunny. It's so fucking hot here, you guys. The AC fucked up. I had to kick it. Yeah, hibernate in it, dude. It's not Seal. Darlene confirmed, not Seal. Looks like Omar Sy. I'm going to have to find out. People are asking questions. They're like, who is this gentleman? I'm like, I don't know. All the rum. Reggie drank all the rum. So if you guys don't have any rum, it's Reggie's fault. Thank you, Reggie. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Reggie. For fuck's sake, why is YouTube always buffer? Is it buffering for you? Oh, it's actually working pretty good. I should knock on wood because it's actually the internet seems to be functioning pretty fine here today. But who the fuck is this guy? Who the fuck is this guy? What awesome show on Netflix. What awesome show on Netflix. Okay, so this is the OSINT this week. We need to find out who this is.
That chair, stop that chair, stop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. will be telling you exactly what happened. Flop that chair here. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Break that. Flop that chair here. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. It is. You cannot touch me like that. Oh, I will tell you exactly what happened. Break that. These people are going to eject you from this line. That's assault. That's assault. We have video of her just touching. How did that go? I will be. Excuse me. Excuse me. That's assault. Excuse me. Stop that chair. You cannot touch me like that. Break that. Break that. Oh, I will be telling you. Break that. That's assault. Stop that. That's assault. That's assault. Stop that. Break that. That's assault. Stop that chair here. We have video of her just. These people are going to eject you from this line. How did that show? I will be assault. It is incredibly offensive. I will. You cannot touch me like that. That's assault. Break that. Stop that chair here. You cannot touch me like that. It is incredible. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Stop that. Stop that chair. These people are going to eject you from this line. Break that. That's assault. Break that. Break that. Oh, I will. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will be telling you exactly what happened. Stop that chair here. That's assault. Break that. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. That's assault. Oh, I will be telling you. That's assault. 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 Oh, I will. That's assault. 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 That's assault.
I muted myself again. Fuck me. Just fuck my life. What are we doing here? Nope. I'm not even up. Okay, hello. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Donna Barkley. We're going to destroy a Patty Loveless cassette today. No, we won't. We're going to go back to Shania Twain since we already cracked that CD. We cracked the top of it. It actually doesn't look too bad, but we're putting it. We're using it. We're crushing it. There we go. All right, now we are good. Good morning, everybody. I have something pretty funny I want to show you guys. For those of you who are not on Twitter, you're going to love this. You're going to love this. And what's funny is it says it's on YouTube, but I couldn't find it. But it wasn't popping up on the shorts, but I'll just show you what it is on on X. For those of you who have been following the Karen Reed trial, check this shit out. This is very, very funny. This is a guy who decided to film some shit. He was outside of the Mass State Police headquarters, I guess. Or I guess that's where he was. I don't really know. He was outside of somewhere. There was a Mass State Police trooper walking in, and this is what happened. Are you ready? Good morning, Fuzzy Lou. Hello, nice to see you, hon. All right, you guys ready? Well, I'm going to watch this with you.
Hey, yo, you planting evidence like Michael Proctor? Yeah? What you think about the Karen Reed shit? It's fucked up what they doing to her, right? Why they still trying her? Why don't they try the Albert family? Why don't they do that? You agree? That's good. I'm gonna leave you alone. What you doing out here? You suspecting? Hey, yo.
So in case you missed that, I'm going to pause it and tell you what he said for those who missed it because it's so good. Good morning, D. Good morning, beautiful, beautiful D. Watch this shit. You are going to laugh so hard. There's just a guy yelling at officers. Dude, the Glorious CCW matches, dude, I can make that happen. It's a great idea, Melissa. That is a fucking great idea. Why didn't you tell me that last night, you stupid bitch? God damn it. I love you so much. You're not stupid. But listen, we should have been on that a week ago. That's a great idea. I want to star that. We're doing that. Good morning, C. Smith. Good morning. Watch this again. This is amazing. This is so funny.
Hey, yo, you planting evidence like Michael Proctor?
He said, "Are you planning evidence like Michael Proctor?" And a state trooper says, "I sure hope not." I'll play it again.
Hey, yo, you planting evidence like Michael Proctor? Yeah? What you think about the Cam Reed shit? It's fucked up what they doing to her, right? Why they still trying her? Why don't they try the Albert family? Why don't they do that? You agree? That's good. I'm gonna leave you alone. What you doing out here? You suspect?
I'm gonna leave you alone. I agree. It does sound like Tracy Morgan, doesn't it? Right, Angela? Planting evidence like Michael Proctor? Say, I sure hope not. Jesus Christ. I'm watching it again. I love this so much. I love it so much. And I love it that the guy's like, they should fucking try him. The cop agrees. This is so great.
Hey, yo, you planting evidence like Michael Proctor? Yeah? What you think about the Cam Reed shit? It's fucked up what they doing to her, right? Why they still trying her? Why don't they try the Albert family?
You missed it. He said, I think it's terrible. That's what he said. The cop says, I think it's terrible, while the guy's yelling. Listen again.
Cam Reed shit is fucked up what they doing to her, right? Why they still trying her?
I think it's
Why
terrible.
don't they try the Albert family? Why don't they do that?
I agree.
You agree? That's good. I'm gonna leave you alone. What you doing out here?
And this guy rules because he's like, I'm gonna leave you alone then. And also, he didn't put the guy's face on to get him in trouble. So that's fucking cool. One more time, because I'm fucking obsessed. And then I'll play you some cool videos after this. But oh my God, this is fucking embarrassing for the Mass State Police. This is hilarious, though. Oh my God.
Hey, yo, you planting evidence like Michael Proctor? Yeah? What you think about the Cam Reed shit? It's fucked up what they doing to her, right? Why they still trying her? Why don't they try the Albert family? Why don't they do that? You agree? That's good. I'm gonna leave you alone. What you doing?
That parrot stole my credit card. It sounds like Brian Fellows, dude. I love it so much. That parrot stole my social security number. Do you guys remember Brian Fellows? Tracy Morgan's character he did, where he was just, yeah, you want to score him to stay firm? You want to do that now? Okay, fuck it. You said who said that's Rhoda's brother? Jesus Christ. Yeah, it is. It is. I'm gonna leave you alone. And then he turned and he talked to a guy on a bench. Sassy loves it. We can't agree. We can agree to stay firm. We can agree to score him. Let's go ahead and do it. I agree with you. We will do that. That's a good idea. I'll throw on some Bobo to get you guys started, and then I'm going to go back to the playlist because I got some stuff I think you guys are going to like. First of all, good morning to everybody who's not awake. I just have one thing to say to you. Should have been awake. Now you are. And for those of you who have not been to bed yet, you are probably...
High. You're both high.
I want to have it to where I'm posing every single time the shit goes away. Okay. And of course, before we start any stream, we have to remember to do our morning routine.
Hello, folks. Nuck here. A lot of you have been asking me about my morning routine, so here it is. It's my new teeth. Snort-worthy smile, if you ask me. So I like to start my morning by waking up at 2 in the afternoon, get a quick lift, lick, and lurk in before I go off and spend the next several hours in the woods. And this time is mainly for my freeform lurks. I just lurk like no one's watching. Then I head into town to do some casual creeping. I mean, I'm freaking everyone out because I'm getting in my squirms. But you gotta squirm to stay firm. I forget what I'm doing for the next 3 days and get an office job that I absolutely hate. Spend most of my time hiding in the storage closet, but all my coworkers know I'm in there. The next 26 hours I'm purposefully unconscious, come to so I can try on some tuxes because I'm getting married. Love to Ragnora. I'll practice my funeral for 30 minutes, at which point I gotta pretend to listen to someone tell me about a dream they had, but I'm really just thinking about what I'm gonna say. Then, and this is important, I'll just wait, eerily, for hours. What am I waiting for? A big heap of nothing. I wait to wait. I'll spend 2 minutes trying to create fire with my mind, giving me just enough time for a last lurk before the day begins. That's the Bobo way.
I like the country music playing in the background. Also, good morning, Bella's mom. Good morning. That is the Bobo way. Good morning to you too, Andrea. It is so nice to see all of you here. C. Smith is here. Everybody is here. Excellent. Okay, so we have a pretty lengthy playlist today to get through. Why? Because Dad went through the found footage fest new shit, and oh my god, it's good. I weeded through the stuff for you. I found the best. There's also a new Marcus short. So we're going to have to do Marcus. We're going to learn how to facer size today, which is a new thing. We are going to check out a song called If You Knew Susie from the Stairway to Stardom VHS, which is 19 seconds long. We're going to have an Irish sing-along. We're going to talk about country ham versus city ham, Ed Asner, how much he hates dogs. You're going to meet a guy named Timothy who screams a lot, okay? And then, of course, we're going to get some ass slapping done with Frank Pacholski before we finally get into all the gabagool today. Now, here is the stuff. I'm going to give you a brief on what we're going to run down, okay? Because we have a lot to hit on today, all right? First thing, we're going to talk about the Menendez brothers. Long story short, for those of you who just need the news right now, Menendez brothers got their resentencing 50 years. Now we're going to find out what happens, or they got their, essentially they've been resentenced to 50 years. Are they going to get parole, time served? They're up for it now, officially, legally. So they might be released soon. That's really crazy. Remember when they said that they put it off indefinitely? Well, it happened yesterday while Dad was having an AC meltdown. So of course, wake up, find out Menendez brothers might be out. Pretty fucking crazy. They might be out soon. They legally, technically have done their time served. So, no, they haven't been in for 50 years, but you can still be up for parole after a specific matter of time. And there was a 3-for-1 law or something that was going on in California that also happened in Texas, and it's still happening whenever it's crowded. So I do think that there is a chance that they could get out. So we're going to go over that, and we're going to look at the press conference that their attorney gave. Then, P. Diddy, freak-offs. Holy shit. I do have it pulled up live outside the courthouse so that we can check it out later. But I watched a significant amount last night of footage on everybody outside of the P. Diddy trial and looked up everything that was going on and any records that I could find online. And oh my fucking God, the stuff that was reported that Cassie testified to, and I think they said that she's likely to testify for up to 8 days. That's crazy. That's a lot that young lady went through, and I feel really horrible for her. And I think that it is a fucking joke what the defense is trying to do with that trial and how they are trying to portray this as this is an abuse case. But the case brought before the jury is not an abuse case. So at best, it should be an abuse case. And since it's not, you have to find him not guilty. That's fucking stupid. And I believe one of them cracked a joke yesterday that had the jury laughing. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It had to do with something about like you can't put a man in prison for his love of baby oil. And it made everybody giggle. So let's just hope that that trial takes a turn for the worse for Diddy because he's a piece of shit, and for better for the prosecution. I do think that it's going to be a tough one because it is federal, right? So he's pretty much fucked as far as I'm concerned. The Koberger stuff from Dateline. Dad finally went through it. It was a lot. I should probably watch it 2 more times. I was kind of stunned by some of it. It took me out. I took quite a bit of notes. There are some things that I need to go back and rewatch because I was distracted with the Hoogan. Yeah, she's 8 months pregnant right now. She said he strangled her, and pissed in her mouth, and he had prostitutes, sex workers, male sex workers flown in and female, and had her do similar things with them, had them do that to her against her will. It was so fucking disturbing and so fucking gross, and he belongs in prison forever. So, with that said, Yeah, will he write a Heil Diddy song? I don't know, but he's such a piece of shit, dude. Like, both of them are pieces of shit. Kanye, one could at least say, it's no excuse, but one could at least say he's in the throes of mental illness that's unchecked. He needs to be 5150. But Diddy did this shit for so long. And let's not forget, he got a man shot, and then Jennifer Lopez took the gun from him and had someone get rid of it, passed it off to someone. Like, that's fucking crazy, allegedly. And apparently they absolutely 100% have footage of a lot of these freak offs. And now the argument is whether or not the jury will see it or people in court will get to see it. It's a lot. Yeah, sex for day. And also forcing her to take ecstasy and other drugs to keep her up. She would be sleep deprived. And also they're trying to argue that she deserved to be, or essentially she stole his phone. So that's why he was beating her. So that's why it's okay. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Disgusting. Disgusting. Okay. So now we're going to continue on to, let's do some sillies to get us started in the morning. We're going to do some silly, goofy stuff, some happy fun times, funny old found footage, some more Marcus, just some goofy stuff to get us started with a happy, silly little funny time on our day. And then we'll get into the dark stuff because you want to start off happy and then we'll end happy, but in the middle we'll put some of the gabagool so that, it's not, we don't want too heavy of a breakfast. You feel me? All right, let's do this. Let's go ahead and show it. And then we will get into the deeper, darker subject matter because it is very disturbing. And, sometimes you got to do a palate cleanse before, during, and after because the palate, it can't take too hearty of a treat, this early. Sometimes it's not good to have a lot of soy sauce in the morning. You know what I mean? It's a lot of salt. All right, here we go. And yeah, I don't doubt Cat Williams is telling the truth. He's a really good dude. He's a great he's just such a good comic. He's the exact opposite of Bill Cosby. He's a dude that he helps comics so fucking much. He's so fucking sweet. He's so fucking supportive. He fucking rules. Good morning, Bree. Do it, the breezy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and watch the rest of this, and then it's going to go into some Marcus and some morning sillies. Good morning, not that Nikki. Nice to see you. All right, here we go.
Marcus. A big fan.
What the hell, Marcus? What are you doing on the late night show? What are you doing here, Marcus?
I am mildly dissatisfied at this particular moment. 800 wasps go.
What? 800
wasps?
What are you talking about, Marcus?
The studio.
Are you okay?
But do you hear that? I hear there's a loud buzzing in the studio.
Holy shit! There's wasps. There's actual wasps. They're coming.
Marcus, please!
Oh shit, is that guy dead? Woo! Marcus! Yeah!
I think they're in the show.
I will now go launder $17,000 through a locally owned Greek restaurant.
Welcome to Carol Maggio Facercise. The rich and famous have to pay thousands for Carol Maggio's personal instruction. With appearances on Geraldo, Dateline, CNBC, Mike and Maddie, George and Alana, Argentina's Ola Susanna, the BBC's Good Morning Anne and Nick, and Big Breakfast in London, Carol's techniques have become sought after by thousands. Now, to start you on your way to a healthier looking, more beautiful face, here is Carol Maggio.
Hi, I'm Carol Maggio. This is an exciting day being here with you. Have fun and let's start facercising. Nasolabial smoother. Make a long O with your mouth.
First thoughts, immediate thoughts. And also, Diet Nebraska is very real. It's called Delaware. Did you know you have a nasal labia? You guys have a twat in your nose. I didn't even know that.
O with your mouth. Visualize energy moving up alongside of the nose. Visualize energy moving down alongside of the nose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Strong, 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 strong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tilt, tilt, tilt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pump, pump.
Melissa, is this you? Turd, is this you in the morning? Why do I feel like this is what Turd does before she writes a song? Turd, do you relax your nasal labia often? She does look like Kristen Wiig, right? It's fucking crazy. Your vag is relaxed already. Well, we can't help you today, ma'am. I absolutely remember making fun of this with my little bro when we were young. Did you? It does. It looks so much like Kristen Wiig. That's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, seriously, Carol, what the fuck? And don't you dare say that around Dawn. She'll come get you.
Along O with your mouth. Visualize energy moving up alongside of the nose. Visualize energy moving down alongside of the nose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Strong, 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 strong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tilt, tilt, tilt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pump, pump, pump. Keep breathing. Keep sucking the corners in tight, 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 tight. Keep pushing the energy out harder and stronger and harder and stronger and harder and stronger.
Also, is she doing at first? Okay, so she's not. She's doing her end. I thought she was doing a fuck you with her hands. And also, if you kids get into meth, remember, please bring enough for everybody. Don't just show off on the magic carpet. You know, there are a lot of kids in this class. You need to make sure everybody gets some. Otherwise, I can't allow it. I'm sorry, but you know, last time we did cupcakes, everybody freaked out. So if you're gonna do meth, you have to make sure bring enough for everyone. And please account everybody's drug history into it. Some people will need more than others. All right.
Stronger. Push, 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 push. And relax. Exercise your face to a more vital, youthful you. Keep pumping and have a great time.
Literally, none of you bitches look old. Not a single one of you, Auntie Ree. So I don't want to hear it. Okay. None of you need this. But the question is, do you want it? Yes. Also, not that Nikki. Have you tried doing that with your cast? Have you tried smushing it against your face and then flicking off the camera while you lay down and scream? Because it could help. And also, how are you feeling?
If you knew Susie like I know Susie, oh.
By the way, this is footage of Satan with his outfit off. This is what Hudson looks like without his Satan outfit. This is him doing a little dance and song for his work for the Christmas party.
If you knew Susie like I know Susie, oh, 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 what a gal. There's none so classy like that fair lassie. Oh, oh, goodness me, what a chassis.
It's the dance. It's the way he dances. It's the marching up and down while he says it with his chest. You have another surgery tomorrow? Fuck. Well, you can do it. And when you're done, they're going to give you fun pills. And then this is going to be way funnier, I promise.
When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring. In the lilt of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels.
Oh shit, y'all. It's Miss Parks in the morning. Miss Parks. Sunday. Hey, Miss Parks, good morning. Dude, this is special. We don't get to see you a lot anymore because you're busy, Miss Parks. But guess what we were doing? Facer size routines. You ever done it? It's when you rub your face. Turns out we have a nasal labia. I did not know that. But you smush your hands into it, and then you flick off the ground and scream. And it helps somehow. And also, this guy, I don't know if you saw this earlier, Miss Parks, but check this out.
If you knew Susie like I know Susie, oh, 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 what a gal. There's none so classy like that fair lassie. Oh, oh, goodness me, what a...
That's actually Hank Brennan. This is Hank Brennan getting ready for court. Not that Nikki. Jesus Christ. Dude, my mom, that's what my mom did with her shin. Her shin was like snapped. The bone is snapped completely in half. She had to have so many surgeries. It sucked. But you know what? Healed up great. Now she can chase me. I have to be careful.
Chassis.
Clean your rooms. Clean your rooms. I'll send you the Susie song. It's under everything. A lot of these, like that one, is going to be under Found Footage Fest. So you can find it on YouTube. I'll link it below. Hello, Clam. I have some Chinese tea for you. Please, please, sit. Do sit.
When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning.
Also, did you notice they spelled Irish wrong? And also, if you guys didn't know, this is Judge Bev's husband. This is Frank Cannoni. And he's singing to you.
Spring, in the little...
And see that little guy down there? That little guy down there? Okay. That's actually, that's Bev. That's Bev. She shaves her beard for court, but that's Bev.
Of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. When Irish hearts are happy, all the world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they'll steal your heart away. Smiling, sure it's like a morning spring.
How did they cast such a tiny actor to sit on that mushroom? Also, PSA from C. Smith. The target of a frantic DOC manhunt for the escaped Craigslist animal abuser. Oh, yes, you brought him up yesterday, or the day before yesterday. And child rapist. Ooh, shit. Ended yesterday. Good. He's fucking caught. He's thankfully back in custody, and all of Western Washington is relieved. Thank goodness. That was so much news you dropped on us from Seattle, and I started watching Seattle news, and I was like, let's go 2 weeks back because I love Seattle news and I missed it. I got halfway through and I said, I need a break and a cleanse. I needed to sage myself, which reminds me, we need a morning cleanse. Fuck mushroom guy, it's time for.
It's time to remove my chihuahua's demon. This time is going to work.
Juan Calamera, azúcar, Juan Calamera, azúcar, Hanta Manjana, a la víbora de la mar, por aquí pueden pasar, los de adelante corren mucho y los de atrás se quedarán.
Hoy mi amor, hasta el perro no te quiere.
Ya está hecho el hechizo. Ahora sí. ¡Újule! Listo.
Ahorita va a volar.
Para que vean. Ya está, mija, el hechizo hecho para todos los que no me quieren.
Also, thank you, Tombstones, for reminding us this is a very racist video. But it's funny.
And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they'll steal your heart away.
Look, you can't see. Also, Jesus Christ. Yeah, she has to have a lot of surgeries because she was in a car accident, you guys. And she's pulling through. All right. Did they give you vaginal meth? Not that, Nikki. You know what? Don't answer because the kids will steal it. Look at how he just freezes right there in the corner. Very funny. Okay. And that is The Rock from 34 Fairview. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you noticed. None of you noticed, but Bree noticed. So what the fuck? Where were you guys? Okay. All right. Miss Parks, this is trial footage. I'm showing you what we missed because they canceled trial because the little leprechaun guy did a thing. He did a spell. Okay. He did a special effects spell. All right. And everybody else couldn't see court, but we could see it. So I'm just reporting it. I just report what I see, you guys.
Introducing the Bidet Spa by Clean Butt, the new and revolutionary.
By the way, Clean Butt is our sponsor. Clean Twat is our other sponsor, but we're not going to show that video. That'll be next week.
Way to cleanse yourself after nature calls.
Mhm.
If your lifestyle revolves around convenience and ease, then it's time to pamper your butt.
I don't worry about the kids spreading germs around the house because they forgot to wash their hands. I don't know how we ever lived without the Clean Butt before. Because it allows us hands-free cleansing, we don't even need toilet paper anymore. I love it.
The most essential function of the Bidet Spa is the posterior wash. At the push of a button, the wash nozzle provides a warm and gentle aerated stream of fresh water to effectively clean your posterior.
It's so refreshing. I feel confident again.
For a much more thorough cleansing experience, the Bidet Spa's
He did. It is right. Because I had a couple of friends listen to it and I picked out like 3 words from it. And I was like, I think those are words, but they're just close. I do think it's just gibberish.
Enema wash feature is specifically designed to spray warm water directly through the rectum into the lower colon for the ultimate cleansing experience. At the push of a button, the Bidet Spa can help relieve the many.
I'm not gonna lie, some of you need this. Some of you need this. Some of you gotta wash your ass, okay? Now I don't know who, because I don't personally know you guys in real life, but they say 1 in 10 Americans walks around with shit on their butt. So yikes.
Discomforts associated with constipation.
The dignity I feel leaves me feeling more secure all day. I don't know how I lived before without my Clean Butt. Thanks, Clean Butt.
Also, Reggie drank all the rum in town. So everyone be nice to her. Be calm, okay? And be nice. She allegedly. Allegedly. Also, for those of you who are wondering who Gay Jeff is, his real name is Timothy, and this is him.
I am Timothy. I come from the bottom of the sea.
Jesus Christ. Auntie Ree, this might be one of your best comments ever. We can't have Clean Butt where I live. I think it's in the lease to discourage long-term life in my town. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm so behind. This is your Colin Alberts.
Plenty of people find even little.
Hey, and this is Ed Asner Hates Dogs. I don't know why I found this so funny, but I laughed my ass off at this the other day. I was like, well, they got to see it now.
Dogs like this threatening. That dog makes me nervous. That dog could bite.
Also, doesn't Ed Asner sound like Marcus? We're going back. And also Dawn Marie. Italiana little Dawn Marie. Hey, girl. Clean the butter. Dude, I don't have Italian Dawn Lemon pulled up today. Fuck, I'm going to have to fix that. We're going to have it on standby all the time. I will put it in my repertoire. Good morning, Dawn Marie.
Plenty of people find even little dogs like this threatening.
Also, actually, speaking of threatening, Megan, I have something for you.
Plenty of people find even little dogs like this threatening. That dog makes me nervous. That dog could bite me.
He's heavy. He's got bad breath and dirty fur, and he's slimy.
Then there are those times when you just like to scream. So, do it. Silently. Silent screaming looks easy, but it takes practice to do it right. You're great. So come on. Applause, applause, applause.
I just want to remind you guys, if you've been cyberbullied by Megan Easton, please call Morgan and Morgan today. Morgan and Morgan. They stop Megan. Can you?
It's hard to feel depressed and tense.
Also, Sherlock, I told you not to call me Slimy Dog in front of people. That is our personal pet name. And now I'm upset.
Your chin's up, your shoulders are back, and applause is ringing in your ears.
Remember, I told you we would be talking about country ham versus city ham today. Please pay special attention and make sure you take notes on this one. Miss Parks is jumping in the shower. Don't jump, just walk into it. You'll slip and fall. And you'll slip and fall if you're a slimy dog too. So don't forget that. And this is Marcus. It is Ed Asner. Congratulations, Megan. We will be contacting Morgan and Morgan about your online activities. And yes, this is Chris Albert from the Select Board. Chris Albert from the Select Board is the ham.
There's boneless ham, and there's ready-to-eat ham, and there's tavern hams, all kinds of hams. There are even hams that aren't hams at all. This is the traditional country ham.
So if anybody asks you if the nagel is full ham or just like half ham, let them know. Nagels can be non-ham at all.
Country ham. Country hams, when you're carving a country ham. The ham bone, Smithfield ham, the ham.
Also, I'm a cunty ham, and I would like you to also refer to me as ham bone from now on, please. You are a victim of Megan's? Okay, well, I'm going to need you to call Morgan and Morgan today, all right? Just the bullying, that's it. We're not coming after you for the crypto thievery, the breaking and enterings, the vaginal meth that you inserted into us without our consent. We are only after you for the cyberbullying. And if you've been cyberbullied by Megan, please call Morgan and Morgan today.
Ham. Country ham, the granddaddy of all hams. We started this segment talking about how to carve a country ham. I thought we'd end by talking about city hams, what I call city hams, these boneless hams. Really a very nice ham. Ham of ham. City ham. They don't have quite as much character, as far as I'm concerned, as a good old country ham. There you have it.
Sherlock Holmes, I'm going to start calling you my city ham. If you keep outing my pet name, I will start calling you city ham.
On carving ham.
Where's Miss Parks? This is the important part. This is Daddy Hambone. Speaking of Daddy Hambone, where's Miss Parks? Come back. I need to show you something. You're really going to like this one. Miss Parks, please go get Mr. Parks and tell him I have something to show him, please. Tell him this is important. This is news. This is news. This directly affects the Karen Reed trial. I haven't figured out how yet, but that we can see you. She's fucking back. Christina, this is for you. This is the dance we do because Christina is finally unblocked. Thank goodness you did not fall victim to Megan Easton's bullying. And if you did, please call Morgan and Morgan. She's not a ghost anymore. We can see you. We can see you so much. It's going to be fucking amazing having you back in chat. Christina Rasmussen. Oh my God. This one's for you. Bogan. This is the jury for the Karen Reed trial, Vermont Brett Smith, and I'm just showing you a little bit of the discovery that they had to see that the rest of us didn't get to. So now I'm going to go back because this part's really important. All right. There you go.
I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to.
And now we're going to talk about the Menendez brothers. Is this desecration of the flag? I fucking hope so. Good to be back with the Ferals. Good to have you back, Christina. I do apologize. I don't know how that happened, but you know what? We fixed it. We have fixed it. This is television worth watching, and they are all making the correct face. Well, if I was on that jury, I would say he did it. When, for fuck's sake? Now. All right, here we go. Let's talk Menendez. This is what happened. This is going to give you a little summary, okay? And then we're going to see the press conference that the lawyer for the Menendez brothers did. And I do have to turn off this banner, but if Melissa, aka Turd, has threatened you or yelled slurs into your phone at night, you can call Bogan and Bogan and they will help you today. All right, here we go.
To continue with some of these breaking news that just came into our newsroom. I want to show you this live look that we have there in Los Angeles County. So this is on the Menendez brothers front. We've been following this case very closely today, and it's official. It's been a major victory for the Menendez brothers. Eric and Lyle will be officially resentenced. This judge's decision came down just moments ago, 5 p.m. local time there in that Los Angeles courtroom after a full day of hearing testimony from several family members. We have that update as well from our partners there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles, saying that after serving 35 years behind bars, Eric and Lyle have won their resentencing bids. So we do know that the brothers were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the August 20th, 1989 killings of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez. This all happened there in their Beverly Hills home. They've served 35 years of that life sentence, and now the Menendez brothers will be officially resentenced. The brothers did claim that the killings were committed, though, after years of abuse, including alleged sexual abuse by their father. So what we know happened in court today, during the morning session, 3 Menendez family members were called to the stand by the defense to try to convince the judge that the brothers had shown remorse and had great insight into their crimes. The first witness was Eric and Lyle's cousin, was adamant that the brothers had earned their chance at freedom at this point, saying, quote, in court, "We believe that 35 years is enough. They are universally forgiven by our family. They deserve a second chance at life." So right now, again,
Dude, Amber, is it IT issues? What happened? She's like, "Hi, everybody. Well, gotta go." Hi, bye. I hope her work computer's okay. Hi and bye. That was hilarious. Was that an Irish hello and goodbye? She had shit to do. We have an Albert Select registrar, or should be on the registry. Okay, so if you're talking about the Christopher Albert thing, here, let me pop myself up for this so I could just say this with my whole chest. Not the same Chris. The tarot card lady's wrong. It's pretty easy to check. There are hella court records. It's not the same Chris. So for those of you, if that's what you're talking about, if you saw the thing about Chris Albert being a sex offender, not the same Chris. That guy went to prison for a decade. Not even from the same town, not the same birthday. Like, it's not the same guy. So, tarot card lady can suck a dick. She's pretty dumb for putting that up because she's probably going to get sued. She needs to be very careful. It's very easy to fact check. Very easy to fact check. And the fact that she said she fact checked it, put up the court records on display where it shows that it's not the same Chris Albert is pretty ridiculous. So there are a ton of Chris Alberts, not the same guy. Just a heads up, not the same guy. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but I have seen it going around. Quite a few people have hit me up about that in the past few days. It is not the same guy. Whoo.
Official that the brothers will be resentenced in this case. It's caused a lot of national attention to go there. Of course, we've heard from several others, including the DA, Nathan Hochman, the new DA there in Southern California, speaking about this case in particular.
Also, no, just a totally different Chris Albert, like old as fuck, not the same guy, not his kid, not related to him, totally different Chris Albert. I do know that, and this is what's really kind of crazy. I do know that, and I think it's so irresponsible. It's so fucked up. That's all. I don't care who it is. Like, if somebody didn't diddle a kid, don't put out that they diddled a kid. Don't even insinuate it. That is so fucked up. Okay, but I'll tell you this much. It's very, 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 very easy to look this shit up. And what I think happened is the people who did look it up and are believing it, they're saying that there's a connection. Here's what I saw. They said there's a connection, and it's because this address, which is the one in Canton, pops up under this guy's info on been verified on these public things. That is simply them fucking up his name. They mixed his name in with another Chris Albert. There are 46 Chris Alberts in Massachusetts. Last I checked, there's probably more. So, not the same guy. He got mixed in with other Chris Alberts records because there's like 4 other Chris Alberts also that 100% are not our Chris Albert. They live in various parts of the state of Massachusetts, and they also show up the Canton address. And the reason is because the name matches. So whenever you see a name match, if a lot of people have that name, you really have to go through the addresses carefully because they will get mixed up with other people's. And it seems that's what happened to him. Now, some people took that and ran with it, I guess, for clicks. I mean, if you look at their videos, they got a shitload of views. They're going to get sued. So irresponsible, so unethical, so fucked up. Frankly, it is dumb. It is dumb as shit that they did that. And it's scary because they could do that. Like, think about your name. Do you have a common name? That could happen to you. So I don't care who he is. I don't care what he did. This is not something to cheer. I'm not saying you guys did, but other people are like, well, let's just put it out anyway. Who cares? No. Nope. That's not how it works. I am 100% against people putting out that kind of information without being damn sure, especially after fucking Miss Shitface and her little friend decided to put accusations on us. Like, fuck that. That is not okay. So for those of you who are wondering, is Chris Albert a registered sex offender? Did he go to prison for child porn? No, he didn't. Another Chris Albert did. Just a heads up. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I know you guys are into this, but when you're looking for crime shit, don't go to psychics and tarot card readers for your crime shit. Okay? 100% of the time, they're going to be full of shit. I have yet to see a single one solve a case, let alone provide anything relevant that can be upheld in court or that ends up being factual. Don't rely on spirit boxes. They are literally 80s radios that have split wires that are made specifically to constantly scan at a rapid rate so that when it does hit a random feed on a radio station, it's going to pick up one word at a time. Okay. And that, I'm not talking, not Darlene. Darlene, we believe everything she does, but everybody else can get fucked. It's picking up fuzz. It's picking up signals. And we used to call them dry signals versus wet signals. Don't say that. Don't fucking laugh at that, kids. Because Dad worked in radio for a while. I worked at Magic 105.3 and 99.5 KISS in San Antonio. I put masts up on vans 60 feet in the air to get radio signals, capture, put them away, and you can speed them up and you can slow them down. A spirit box is literally a short on a wire that is not touching correctly while rapid scanning through an old radio. And it's just picking up random words, okay? So they aren't ghosts. Never been ghosts. And the guy who invented them can't even get a patent on them because they don't actually do what they say they do. So there you go. Anyway, back to the Menendez brothers. But thank you for bringing that up because I've seen a lot of people talking about it more and more and sharing it. And it really makes me worry. Like, again, I don't care who the person is, if they're a piece of shit or not. I mean, it's not cool to put stuff like that on people. And I've just seen so many people like, oh, this psychic lady, this tarot lady, this other person. And I get it. They're fun to watch, but it's not true. So we got to be very careful with shit like that. Because if you really like them, you shouldn't want them to get sued, right? And that lady in the fucking Koberger case ruined a woman's life and is in debt up to her asshole and eyeballs because of that type of shit. And the lady in the Savannah Soto case, also in debt, and she was a well-known scammer. So you got to be really careful. You got to be really careful. Yeah, and I'm sorry. I know people like spirit boxes. You can take an 80s radio station, you can an 80s, 90s, even up to 2000s, like the mid 2000s. You can take a little radio. I had one up here. I have a whole bunch of them. I have a boombox right here. Look. This is a cassette player, right? I could take this apart right now. All right. And I could take the wire out and I could strip it. Okay. And I can cross it with a separate wire and then reattach it to the one that it was attached to. I can speed up the sync on it and I can just put so that it's constantly scanning. And then I will make you a fucking spirit box and you'll go, huh? Oh, okay. It's just words picked up from a fresh signal. That's it. And if it can't pick that up, it'll pick up CB radio. It'll pick up cops, anybody around you, truckers, whatever is the nearest to you. So spirit boxes aren't real. Just a heads up. I'm sorry if that ruined somebody's day, but it's just true. It's just true. It's true. So with that said, Menendez.
We'll hear some of his remarks that he made outside of the courtroom a bit earlier today when we step away for this 2-minute break. But again, we're still waiting to get more information as this breaking news came down just moments ago, showing you a live look there outside of the Van Nuys.
Angela, it is racist, but it's true and it's funny. So you're allowed to say it.
Was courthouse, where we're still waiting to hear any remarks that we'll hear from either the Menendez brothers' attorneys or the DA Nathan Hunt.
No, I'm glad you opened your bag. I'm glad whoever said, was that you, Clam? Anybody who brought that up, and I think Reggie told me about it, and then a couple other people on Twitter, and I got an email. I'm glad you guys brought that up because I love debunking that shit. And I immediately went to it and I looked it all up. And I mean, you can even see the guy's mugshot. It's not the same Chris. But it just bothers me that like there's people spreading that, and it's really crazy when you look at their numbers. You're like, God damn. Like they are really spreading that. Like they are really fucking telling the world that she's going to get sued. It's fucking scary.
Or anyone else inside of the courtroom. We have a stakeout camera here, all of those mics set up to see if anyone makes any comment. But again,
no, Reggie, you didn't believe it, but you told me about her saying that, right? That was you? Who was it? Or was it Fuzzy? Oh no, I think it was Fuzzy. I think it was your buddy Fuzzy. One of you guys told me how she was saying it. And then I went and looked, and then I saw, oh my God. And then I wanted to see it again the next day. So I went back, and there were like 10 other fucking videos about it from different people who claim to be psychics. And I was like, it was Fuzzy. No, but all the people who told me were not like, look, this is true. Everybody was like, have you seen this shit? And I was like, oh, it was you, right? Yeah, it was Fuzzy. And that lady, like, that was the only one that was out, right, Fuzzy? Did you see others? Because when I went and looked the next day, oh my God. Everybody picked it up and ran with it, like in the, what do you call it? In like, I guess the spirit box community. I think that's what I don't know. Because someone also did a spirit box. I was like, this is so fucking stupid. Doing spirit boxes on did this guy touch kids? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? It's fucking wild how many people picked that up, Fuzzy. Thank you. Whoever told me about it, a bunch of you guys told me about it, but Fuzzy was the first. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm about to dump some tea out the harbor. You checked with me. So then after you checked with me the next day, dude, fucking everywhere. People were posting the shit out of that lady. Loads of people were talking about it. I was like, no way, Turtle Boy would have blasted that shit. Yeah, everybody would have blasted that shit. But also, like, 10 years in prison. You think he'd be working at D&E during that time? Because I mean, he's at D&E when he should have been in prison.
Breaking news is that the Menendez brothers will officially be resentenced.
That's her name? Taro? Yeah, I remember that. So look, I am of the opinion she needs to take that other video the fuck down. Doesn't need an update. Take the update down, take that video down, because it's just wrong. But people don't want to do that. They want to keep the thing is they don't get to keep, if she monetizes, she doesn't get to keep that shit if she takes it down. So the only reason people are keeping it up is to slander other people and not lose their money. And I think that's fucked up. I don't care how nice they are. They need to take that shit down. That's not okay. It's not okay to put out false shit about people. I don't care who they are. Like, don't put out false shit that has to do with that, especially for fuck's sake. Like, that is crazy to me. That is so crazy. She is 100% going to get sued. Fuck. Like, that is wild to me, dude.
Really has been a remarkable couple of years. This month, actually, 2 years ago, and I don't know where Cliff went, but there he is. Hold on, come here, Cliff. Come here.
Yeah, I would need, like, someone would need to pay me to let them do my cards. Like, you would pay me for my time being wasted to do that shit. Pay me for the time you're wasting. Who is that attractive man in the butt? I don't know, right there. He's beautiful. He looks like Idris Elba.
Only when Cliff gets up here.
We're taking you live.
Hey, guys. Cliff Gardner. 2 years ago, Cliff and I were talking about another case. And
you see that? They got sentenced 50 years to life, eligible for parole. So now they have to do that. Yeah, fact checking? What? Good morning, Miss Jessica. I think it's Idris Elba. He's so beautiful. It's not, but I love it. And yeah, Brexit was, right? It was. That was some racist shit. Don't forget to click the thank you, Dance Kinetics fan. I'm still convinced I was left nothing in the will. The will? For who? Oh, Bella's mommy don't need to be sorry. I'm just right. Yeah, no, Reggie is very hungover. She drank all the rum. Everyone be nice to her. Also, the Royal Rail fucked up all my UK orders after Brexit, and I'd have to eat the cost and deal with clients that get pissy. Oh shit, Brexit caused a lot of problems. That one guy was a doofus. By the way, I don't remember his name, but he was the fat blonde one with the half-crossed eye. He was like y'all's Donald Trump. That guy did an ancestry show. And he's the guy who was like all pro Brexit, right? Or the guy who was like, ship out all the brown people. Yeah, that guy, yeah, he found out he was Arab or some shit on it. And it's fucking crazy. It's actually fucking crazy. Like, he finds out that he's like related directly to like a Sikh or some shit. He's just like, oh shit. It's like, yeah, dipshit. And he like literally has first cousins that are like Muslim, and he's just like out there being fucking horrible to them. It's fucking nuts, dude. what was his fucking name? I'll go look it up. It's on an you know, the one where they take the celebrities and they're like, they tell Kim Cattrall, they're like, oh, your English grandma's buried here. And they tell young Sheldon, oh, you're fucking related to a goddamn French king who killed women. They take him and they're like, dude, yeah, Boris Johnson. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up. You're going to see this shit. It's wild.
Mentioned the Menendez brothers, and it was a case that I obviously had followed. And he said he had prepared and he was about to file a pro per, believe it or not, writ of habeas corpus. 2 years ago, I said, well, you know what, Cliff, we talked about it. We enjoy working together, now have an undefeated record, continue to have. And we decided, let's do it. I don't think he, who does nothing but post-conviction work, or me, who I hate doing post-conviction work, ever thought 2 years later we'd be standing here after 35 years.
Oh my God. So apparently there were multiple ones. Or maybe it's the same one. No, they're multiple because one's from 2018, one's from 2024. Well, this doesn't make any sense because one's like, he traces his secret German history. And then there's one that says he has a connection to Islam. And then there's the Turkish heritage. So he's related to fucking everybody, it seems. Boris is. Yeah, he's on that show. Who do you think you are? That's fucking wild. That's fucking wild, dude. Also, hey, Christina, thank you for being a new member now that we finally got you back, dude. So crazy.
Years with this wonderful family who I've grown to love like my own family. And now we see the pot at the end of the rainbow, so to speak, or
pot at the end of the rainbow. So these dudes are going to smoke some reefer when they get out. Okay. Also, he's over here like, I love this family. They've become my family. Dude, you better watch out. Because look, I think they deserve to be free. They've done their time based on the shit that we know about the abuse so far. But at the same time, they could do a Britney and they could do a massive fucking 180, 360. What do you call it? Fucking flip. You know? So if you love that, they could shoot them. You got to be careful. We got to watch these boys. We got to watch them because they have also been prisonified. I don't remember the exact word we learned in class, but the prisonification, if you will. They're going to need some transitioning. And also, if it turns out this was a bad call, we just got to watch these boys, all right? We got to watch them. But I do think that, I don't know, the history for the dad, at least, pretty fucking bad. But they did serve their time. So let's see what they say. They're eligible for parole, but will the board say, nah, I don't know. But this is a step closer to them being free. Very interesting.
Or their freedom. I want to do a hat tip to Judge Jessic, who was able to cancel out all the noise surrounding this, all of the grandstanding, all of the.
Also, what is it? Northwest Canadian Pharmacy or Canadian Northwest Pharmacy.com. I'll find it. You can order medication through there legally. And it's pretty dope because it's really cheap. Especially, the only thing is they can't mail insulin because it needs to be refrigerated. So, but if you have other medication, like for example, there's an antibiotic here that's like doxycycline that's insanely expensive, but you can get it there really fucking cheap. So just a thought. Northwest Canadian Pharmacy, I believe is what it's called.
The political back and forth. And he did what the code sections.
I think they did. No more Hawkeye. No.
Said he should do. He did what justice said should happen. And he struck the special circumstance and he sentenced them to 50 to life, which means they're immediately eligible. There's
Elon's the fucking worst. I hate that he lives here.
For those who don't know, in a couple of weeks, there is already a clemency hearing set. There's also a response due in the habeas.
Dude, Bella's mom. I'm going to cover some Nancy Kerrigan, Tanya Harding stuff one day. Do you want to come on and give your take? Because I have questions.
Next month?
Yeah. Questions that I would like to hear a figure skater's point of view on.
Yes. Next month. And so all bets are still on. The resentencing has happened. I actually made a call first call I made was to Leslie Abramson. I couldn't get a hold of Leslie. It went straight to voicemail. I have long admired Leslie. I think about her often in this courthouse, actually, because one of the last trials she did was in this courthouse. She did say something
Hell yeah.
A number of years
I'll let you
ago
know when we're doing
that no amount of TikTokers was going to ever change anything. And so I was calling to tease her.
I fucking love this, what he's saying right here, by the way, because he is showing you how the power of social media can absolutely affect a case, and people like to deny that, but it is fucking true. There is no fucking way Ryan What's His Nuts would have made a movie out of this on Netflix if people were not trending this story on TikTok over and over after the Epstein shit. There's no fucking way.
And so, Leslie, I will tell you, it's a whole different world we live in now. And one of the things that I think is important is to recognize that, like the legislature has done, we have evolved. This is not the 90s anymore. We have a more robust understanding of a lot of things.
Guy on the right could be played by Al Bundy. Dude in the back, hot dude in the back, looks like the guy who has squirrels on TikTok. Have you guys seen him? He has 2 pet squirrels, and then it became 6 pet squirrels, and then a family, and he built them a house. It's incredible.
Things. And I hat tip to the family, and I'll let them, after we answer a couple of questions, speak about what this means to them. I just know.
I absolutely would. The problem is I'm scared I'd break some hearts here. Some of the kids are really into that shit. I don't want to upset them. But we can, and then they can opt out. They don't have to watch it. But, I mean, yeah, I would love to do that. The Mel meter, Jesus fucking Christ, don't get me started on that shit.
Oh, that on it.
Well, like literally all of it is already a functional device typically used in everything from engineering to home building, construction, radio, just like various different industries. And they've taken a bunch of stuff and they've rigged it and said its purpose is something other than it is. There's one of them that is just a fucking mold tracker. Like it literally just scans for mold. There's one that can tell the tire tread wear for a car that people tried to re-engineer and say it was for ghosts. Like it's so fucking stupid. Yeah, Mellimeter. Want to talk about mod life? No, it's called a Melmeter, and this guy named it after his daughter Mel, who died. And it was so he could talk to her ghosts. And it is literally just something that tells you if there's magnets laid down. It charts magnetism, essentially. And these detection devices are used for the railroad. And he decided to re-engineer it. And by that, I mean snip some wires, put new wires on it, and then call it a day. And a lot of them are gauges. One person took an OBD2 from a car and tried to make it into some of that shit. It's fucking crazy.
Day like today, that redemption is possible. And to those you saw X-rated talk today, you saw kind of the ridiculous nature of the cross-examination.
A lot of ghosts are just squirrels and raccoons with agendas.
You can turn anything on its head. The fact is, the Menendez brothers have done remarkable work, and today is a great day after 35 years.
Did you talk to Eric and Lyle really quick after this? What's the reaction?
I told them to call me on their burner phone.
Are you okay?
Jesus. This guy has fucking balls. Go back. That was such a great joke. I forgot. I forgot to go back and listen to that because I heard he got a pop in the crowd. I was listening to this in the shower, and I have to tell you, yeah, it's a hoax. I have to tell you that I was wondering what he was joking about, and this is fucking crazy that he said this. Also, the Murdaugh clerk, good for her. Good for her getting arrested. Good for her. Also, no, we don't know. We don't know. She is likely sick. That's what everyone's saying. But I do have something pulled up that we can watch together and learn about it because I have not been informed. And I thought we could get informed together. So we'll find out.
The Menendez brothers have done remarkable work. And today is a great day after 35 years.
Did you talk to Eric and Lyle really quick after this? What's the reaction?
I told them to call me on their burner phone.
Okay.
So that is a joke because they're in prison and they're not supposed to have burner phones. And they were accused of having burner phones. And the prosecution, or I guess the DA, made a huge fucking deal out of that. So what I'm getting from this joke is that the joke is he's like, oh yeah, the fucking burner phones. Holy shit.
I argued and I still believe that they should be out.
Yeah, I'm going back. That was so funny. He just like, this would be like if Karen's like, oh, I used the shoe to call him, like during Shoegate. Like, it's just like, what, dude? This lawyer's pretty fucking funny, to be honest.
That redemption is possible. And to those you saw X-rated talk today, you saw kind of the ridiculous.
Well, Bella, that was me. That was me coming into your house, hon. That wasn't a ghost. That was me sneaking in.
Nature of the cross-examination. You can turn anything on its head. The fact is, the Menendez brothers have done remarkable work, and today is a great day after 35 years.
Did you talk to Eric and Lyle really quick after this? What's the reaction?
I told them to call me on their burner phone.
Okay.
That lady, how can you say that? I'm going back. I love it. I'll only play it one more time. This is so crazy. Yeah, Clam was high. A high Clam.
Today you saw kind of the ridiculous nature of the cross-examination. You can turn anything on its head. The fact is, the Menendez brothers have done remarkable work, and today is a great day after 35 years.
Did you talk to Eric and Lyle really quick after this? What's the reaction?
I told them to call me on their burner phone.
Okay.
I argued and I still believe that they should be out.
Who are you? What's your name?
Mark Garrigus. How are you? Hi. So
there was another angle of this, and that was just a homeless guy walking by who yelled at him, "Who are you? What's your name?" He's like, "Mark Garrigus, hi."
I understand what's happening. The governor would only have that ability constitutionally if the parole board does it. Right now, what is pending is, because it's 50 to life, they're immediately eligible. The first thing that is set is the clemency hearing, which is, I believe, on June 13th. So the clemency board, and this is something new, will make a...
You know what I'm going to do? But before we go into the next video, I'm going to let him continue. But when I'm done, I'll tell you guys a little funny ghost story. I think you'll like it. It's my favorite ghost story to tell. It has nothing to do with me. It has to do with my friend Tommy, who I've told you about before. When he died with a towel on, naked, and his family found him. And then they all had no idea he had let's just say he had a package. And they were like, "Hey," and then they all were like, "God damn, Tommy." And then they told us about it at the memorial. So holy shit.
Recommendation to the governor, and then the governor will take action either before or after. So yes, Jim.
People thought when you around Thanksgiving, you said, "I want them to be home by then," and people said it's never going to happen. You said they will be resentenced. This is a huge victory for you and for the family. Clearly, what do you think a realistic timeline is now to finally see freedom for the brothers?
I've said ever since my failed prediction of Thanksgiving dinner that 2025 would be their year.
Well, yeah, like his sister and them walked in, and then they were like, "Oh my God, Tommy, oh my God." And they were like, when his dad or his mom, one of them walked in, and they were like, "You want to see something crazy?" And I guess he died with a boner or something, because that can happen. And then they were like, "Look at this, Dad. You never told us Tommy did." And it was like a big funny thing. And then they got drunk and told us about it at the memorial at the he was a comedian, so it was a lot of people making jokes, busting balls. But everybody was in like Spurs shirts. It was fucking wild.
I mean, they got caught. Ironically, they've been caught in politics 30 years ago in a DA's race. They got caught in politics now in 2024. And I'm hopeful now that Judge Jessic did what he was supposed to do. And I'm hopeful that now that the right thing will be done and they'll walk out. You know, they've got a family, and I think the takeaway for me today was that the family, their trauma has become kind of the subject of prurient interest. But they are a real family, real people who have lived through unimaginable horrors. And I'm hopeful and glad that we're one huge step closer to bringing the boys home. Thanks. Yes.
Are you concerned about if this could get held up on an appeal if the DA's office files an appeal?
No, I'm not concerned with that. I think at this point, the record is such that the code section calls for this. This was from my mind, this was the minimum that they should get. Somebody mentioned this to me in the courtroom just now. This is a decision that I think will reverberate in the criminal justice system. One of the things that we have argued all along, and what the judge said today, the judge commented today, this is one of the most remarkable, and he used that term, remarkable transformations. And he said, while the crime was truly horrific and remarkable, the 35 years since, what they have accomplished is remarkable, with no hope. And
why does this Menendez brother look like Tully? Oh,
said that since
that one looks like Hank. God damn.
Day one. And so with no hope, this encourages people who are incarcerated to take the...
Also, Christina, it is so good to have you back. God damn.
Make the right decisions, to take the right path. So it's just a win-win on so many levels.
All right. Oh, I told you guys I'd give you a little ghost story, okay? Here's your ghost story. All right. Before Tommy died, let's go back actually when he was a kid. Him and my buddy Michael were best friends growing up. They basically spent all their time at each other's house. And Tommy had a lot of sisters, okay? And he had a very intense mom. And they grew up on an Indian battleground or something. I don't remember what it's called, but it's like, or a burial ground. That's what it is. That's like where the house was, according to family. And I remember Michael told me, he's like, have you talked to Tommy about his haunted house growing up? How like cabinets would open and shut and like dishes would get flung. And I was like, no, I don't believe in that shit. It's so dumb. And then I was talking to Tommy. This is when he was alive. And he's like, oh, yeah. He's like, one time I walked in and all of the chairs were on top of the table. Like someone had put them on top of the table like they were closing a restaurant. He was like, it was so freaky because there was no fucking way anybody could have done it. Like he was dead ass on that. And I think we were driving somewhere. I want to say to Austin or back from San Antonio. I don't remember. But Tommy was with me. And I remember he was going on and on about all the freaky shit that happened. And he's just like, yep, you know, the house was haunted. The cabinets, they would just open and close. And I'm like, did you see him? And he's like, I would hear them. And I'd turn around, they'd be open and close. My sisters would scream. And it was just a whole thing. And he talked about how he'd leave and he'd come back and, you know, no one was home, but the lights would be on and off, shit like that. Right. So when he passes away, we're at the memorial. And his sister's kind of drunk. And we start talking about Tommy. And I'm like, yeah, because Michael saw it too, I guess. He was like, yeah, Tommy's house was haunted. Like it was a thing. But I don't think Michael believes in that shit either. So it's like, well, what the fuck? So I'm talking to her and I tell her, I was like, yeah, I think I told her the last time I saw Tommy, or maybe I was just telling her how funny it was that he was like It could have been like, yeah, Tommy told me about you, because I'd only met his sisters like twice. I just remember telling her about the ghost thing that he told us, and then she just burst out laughing. She just thought it was so funny. And she's like, yo, that was me. And I was like, what? She told me that was her and her sister. They were just fucking with him the whole time. And I was like, dude, he legit thought it was a ghost. Like, like a few months ago, we just talked about it. She's like, oh yeah, we never fucking told him. So 30 years they kept this a family secret, how they haunted and tortured Tommy. So when somebody tells me that a family can't keep a secret, especially in the Karen Reed case about killing a cop, I think of that. I think of how they could have told him and they didn't. They just did it to be funny. So imagine doing it to cover your ass. That's all I'm saying. So that's a ghost story. It was just them fucking with him. Fucking great. So funny. Okay. Now on to the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Let's take a look at what's going on there.
Pop megastar Sean Diddy Combs was a man used to being surrounded by an entourage, but not like this. A procession of his children arriving in court for day one of their father's sex trafficking trial in New York, hands gripped in solidarity.
Mom, how are you?
And his mother, there to defend her famous son, whose reputation as one of the world's most celebrated music producers has been shattered by multiple criminal counts of racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation for prostitution. Combs has denied all the allegations, and this morning reportedly blew a kiss to his family in court, as outside, one fellow American musician spoke for the alleged victims.
I'm here to stand in solidarity with all of the survivors of Diddy. There's too much pain.
You see that? That's your girl, y'all. Jaguar Wright. There she goes.
Reportedly blew a kiss to his family in court, as outside, one fellow American musician spoke for the alleged victims.
I'm here to stand in solidarity with all of the survivors of Diddy. There's too much pain. There's been too many victims. There's too many survivors. Finally, they're being heard.
Opening the case,
Andrea, I will shed a tear.
prosecutors alleged that Combs was guilty of sex crimes, bribery, even arson, as they detailed regular physical abuse against women, even stamping on the face of...
So this, I'm very interested in. Arson? What the fuck they burning?
Even stamping on the face of a former girlfriend. Combs, they said, referred to himself as the king and wanted to be treated like one.
I also think one of the weirdest things in this, and let me say it with my whole chest, one of the weirdest things in this was when Cassie Ventura was talking about when she first got with Diddy. He said, we need to think of pet names for each other. And she said, oh, well, what do you want your pet name to be? It was, he set fire to a dude's car. You're right. That's it. That's it. That's the arson. Fuck, that was crazy. So anyway, he asked her, well, what did you call your grandfather? And I think she said Papa or Pop-Pop. And he's like, that's what you'll call me. The fuck, dude? Ugh.
But his lawyers said that this was a story of love, jealousy, infidelity, and money. It was about voluntary choices, they said, made by people in consensual relationships.
In the future, can't wait to see if you open up the gates for me.
It was this hit in 1997 that catapulted Combs to the global stage as a star in his own right. But he was already a hugely successful producer, credited with taking hip-hop mainstream and accelerating the careers of megastars like Mary J. Blige.
Yeah, it was Kid Cudi. It was his car. Fuck, that's so crazy.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Combs lived a multi-million...
Also, isn't it crazy to think how much his character in Get Him to the Greek is literally him? Jesus Christ.
Millionaire high life for decades, famed for lavish parties, but also allegations of violence, which he largely managed to fend off as his fame grew.
I'm an American designer that's trying to be an American designer.
Clothing lines.
And that, by the way, wasn't that his ex Kim Porter? And she wrote a book. And in that book, my God, some of the stuff that came out that wasn't supposed to come out from the transcript was fucking crazy. This guy, prison for life. Don't let him out ever.
Liquor labels. Combs seemed almost untouchable. But it was a bombshell lawsuit by his former girlfriend, the singer Cassie Ventura, in 2023 that would mark the start of Combs's downfall after she accused him of sexual violence, abuse, and beatings. A video later emerged of her trying to escape from Combs in a hotel as he chased.
Like, literally, that was a scene in Get Him to the Greek. Right? Him running with a towel on. By the way, trigger warning, this is very disturbing. I'm kind of shocked that they play this on the news, but okay.
To escape from Combs in a hotel as he chased after her and beat her. Today in court, prosecutors said that Combs arranged for his employees to try and buy the video footage with $100,000 stuffed in a brown paper bag. The video led to dozens of other people coming forward with allegations of sexual assault and misconduct, which he denies. And even though Cassie settled her lawsuit with Combs...
God, I'm so sorry, Reggie. And I gotta tell you, the comedy community, everybody knows he's a fucking douchebag. Nobody likes him. It's one of those things where, like, he doesn't come here a lot, thank goodness, but that guy's a fucking psycho. Russell Brand, fucking psycho, dude. Everyone in comedy's like, oh no, fuck that guy. He's rumors spread very far.
She is the star witness in the federal case against him, alongside at least 3 other accusers. They will help build the case against Combs, as outlined in the charge sheet, that he allegedly used force and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers that Combs referred to as freak-offs, that he arranged, directed, and often recorded.
And can we also talk about how he flew in escorts, which is a big no-no, and that's part of the federal case. You know who else did that? To Janelle Grant, Vince McMahon. Flying her across state lines constituted, according to her lawsuit, which I do believe was settled or dropped. I need to look back into that because that's fucking crazy. That constitutes interstate trafficking, and that's federal level. So the fact that Cassie can prove that is very important. Now, here is the catch that I think the defense team for Diddy, ripped out all my eyelashes. Here's the catch that I think the defense team is going for that is a spooky dooky loophole, and I don't like it that they're going for this, but it's definitely on the horizon, so get ready for it. Cassie admitted in court that one of her duties was to arrange the male escorts to be flown, in addition to his assistants and his team, to be flown out. So he would pick them and then have her order them, which she testified to yesterday. And if the charge is having male escorts or female, any escorts flown in from out of state, that is part of the federal charge, part of the racketeering and all that stuff. Because she did it at his behest or under duress, if they can prove somehow that it wasn't under duress or that she was participatory in it or in any way initiated that contact, that kind of opens up the whole, well, Cassie should be charged for it thing. So one of the reasons I think that she's going to be on the stand so much for the next 8 days is to show the patterns in the coercive control and kind of show that she didn't really have a choice. And in order to do that, they have to show the behavior and the things that he forced her to do versus what was done consensually. I do think that the jury is going to see through the bullshit, but it is very concerning. But you can't doubt that doing that is interstate trafficking. So if that's what the case is about, who paid for the escorts is the question. And according to this, it was Combs. So let's hope that that makes its way into the jury's brain and sticks with them, because this is some disturbing shit. And she is a victim 100%. And I want to know in the chat, I'm sorry, I have to miss some comments, but thank you everybody who is in here right now. I want to know, yeah, I have a feeling she might have some sort of immunity, although we're going to find out when and if the defense brings it up. If they do bring up that there is immunity granted to her for any part she took in it, I hope that the jury doesn't use that against her. I do think it actually works in her benefit that she's pregnant on the stand, simply because they're going to be like, oh, come the fuck on. Like, let's not pretend like she fucking is into that or did that by choice. So with that said, I want to know how many of you guys who are fully in tune to this situation, because I've been obsessed with it. I don't cover it a lot because it's just starting and it is extremely graphic and violent, and they caught who did it. I prefer like, cold cases, and then I'm kind of obsessed with the Karen Reed case simply because they didn't investigate it right. So investigatory issues that arise are very interesting to me, but I feel like this is an open, shut, airtight case, so I do want to follow it. So we will be doing updates on it. We might have to devote 1 or 2 whole episodes to it, because I do have some stuff I'd like to show you on it, but I'm very interested to see if this gets brought up in court and debunked, because some of it is really hard to verify. One of the things that I would love to go over with you guys is the private investigators that we watched a while back that TikTokers say were hired by Diddy to go harass YouTubers and TikTokers. I did look more into them, and I want to just make sure 100% that it is who I think it is, and then I'd like to show you some info on that one day, hopefully soon. But for those of you who have been following it and are 100% you've seen and heard it all, and who paid for them, it was Combs Enterprises. That's the thing, is when him and Cassie were together, she was an artist on his label, and he basically took her aside and grandfathered her in, and I say that not because of her nickname he gave her, but simply because it's like, okay, you're on the label, well, now you're here with me, and now I essentially want you to be my girlfriend. But then the abuse started, and it kind of created this cycle that was looped in with a contract, a recording situation, and her entire life. And being blackballed is a really big deal in the music industry. So it was just a fucked up situation she was in, and she's very young comparatively. But for those of you who have been following a lot of this, how many of you think, and I usually don't do this because I feel like it is a little loose in the morals, but fuck it, I think so. How many of you think that Kim Porter died because of P. Diddy? Like, he killed her? It's not an allegation in the trial, but I'm curious because I think that there's something there. She seemed very healthy. The shit that she died from, was it like the flu or COVID or something? Like, not even COVID. It was like a flu or a mold, like a pneumonia. Sounded very, very similar to Brittany Murphy and her husband, but they did have a bad mold problem in their house, but she was on a ton of steroids. Her immune system was weakened. I wonder about Kim Porter. Yeah, pneumonia. Yeah, because of the threats Diddy made to her that she put in her book, or at least a transcript, and then the stuff that we've been hearing since, I think that she needs to be reinvestigated. I think her death needs to be reinvestigated for sure, without a doubt. One's in the chat if you agree, or if you think that it has something to do with Diddy. Because I do, because that book was coming out, right? What a piece of shit, dude. What a piece of shit. But they said the mold wasn't harmful levels. How did that's another thing, is the mother did get sick, and so did Simon Monjack, and didn't they both die eventually? I think there's something going on there. I don't think that Simon killed her, though. A lot of people were saying Simon did. I think that they both got poisoned. Something was going on. It was something weird. The Jamie Foxx shit. Oh, like how many? Yeah, I think there is too. And also, let's not forget, there was that weird shit with Nicki Minaj and 6ix9ine and people shooting up her fucking music video. There was weird shit with Megan Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez, and there was a Kardashian there. Like, there's just a lot going on with people. And supposedly there had been a Diddy party right before that. It's a lot to tie in, dude. It is a lot to tie in. What is wrong with me? I don't know. I wish we could answer that. Holy fuck. Nasal spray. Well, that's another thing. Nasal spray it can be really awful. For some people, you can actually die from a toxicity from it. It needs to be a lot, but people get addicted to it, and it does cause some really bad issues. I actually know too much about that because of the case where nasal spray came up in the autopsy for a child who died. She was 11, and some people were saying that she was drugged because of false positives. That could happen, and this was in the 90s. But some people believed that she was medicated with nasal spray to specifically try to poison her. And I don't think that's what ended up happening with that case, but the fact that they could tell that through a toxicology report was insane. Ashton what? Oh, I don't think Ashton's girlfriend died from a serial killer, and they've already proven who that guy is. That guy had some fucking crazy shit going on too. He got shipped out of state to stand trial for another woman he killed. And it's been like 20 years, so that's pretty fucking crazy. I can't change your mind because I agree with you, Mia.
Any comments about your father? Is he innocent?
Innocent.
Now his mother and children will have to sit through the lurid details of those alleged freak-offs for the next 8 weeks of the trial. And if he's found guilty, Combs could face life in prison. Now, the jury was told about another very violent incident involving Cassie Ventura after Sean Combs found out that she had been seeing someone else. They said that he went on the hunt for his bodyguards, and when he found her, Cassie, they said, was kicked brutally and flung around like a rag doll. Now, his lawyers didn't try to defend the violence. Rather, they said he was someone who got angry, that he got out of control. And separately, the footage of him kicking Cassie in the hotel lobby, they said, was inadmissible, but they said it was evidence of not of sex trafficking. In the last half hour,
what the fuck is she saying? Why does it keep cutting out?
Bodyguards, and when he found her, Cassie, they said, was kicked brutally and flung around like a rag doll. Now, his lawyers didn't try to defend the violence. Rather, they said he was someone who got angry, that he got out of control. And separately, the footage of him kicking Cassie in the hotel lobby, they said, was inadmissible, but they said it was evidence of not of sex trafficking. In the last half hour, we've heard from
What the fuck, Sherlock? Tell us about it. What things have you heard?
security guard who was called to that incident, and he said when he got to the door, Sean Combs offered him a wad of cash and said, "Don't tell nobody."
Wow. They muted domestic violence as a word on YouTube. That's insane. Yeah, spill the tea, Sherlock. Spill it into the haba. All right. So this is the real-time live footage of the courthouse. I just want to see if we could go back once we got.
Anytime there's weather like this, it's got to go back.
I wanted to show you guys. So when they were setting up the live feed this morning, I was watching it, and this chick's forehead. There's just this funny part where like her forehead is like all up in the camera, and it was killing me. I was laughing so hard. Where is it? Fuck. Hold on, it's actually pretty funny. Maybe it was after this. It wasn't that long ago. Also, I can see the weather there. It's raining. Is that a New York school? They're in New York, right? Or are they in LA? Where are they? He did. He's a really good guy. I've heard a lot of people say stuff about him based on, I mean, look, the tabloid said he was mean to Brittany Murphy, but all the videos I found of her talking about him said he was an excellent guy and it just didn't work out. I mean, I believe her. I don't know. I do know that some people were like, oh, he said nasty things on Punk'd about Mina Suvari, or not Mina Suvari, about his wife, Mila Kunis. But they're married and they have a kid together now, and they take baths once a month or something, which is fucking. I'm more angry about their lack of showering. Honestly, that's what pisses me off. But he did. He started. He actually started a type of crypto banking situation, and then used that to fund the sex trafficking company that worked on finding Charles Berkner, who is the lead suspect in Madeleine McCann. And yeah, I don't know. I actually know a few people have worked with him and said he's like the nicest fucking dude on earth. So, I don't know. I know that he was friends with Danny Masterson. Danny had him write him a letter for court before all the info about what he did came out. And then after, everybody went up his ass. Yeah, look, but he was up there and he defended that. Yeah, but he defended him before he saw any of the charges or any of the things that was brought, any of the discovery in court. And when he saw it, he condemned Danny Masterson. So I think that it was kind of fucked up that Danny had him right. Also, supposedly Danny had him right that that statement of character long before he knew anything that was going on, and he hadn't actually been around him in a long while, and was pretty pissed about that, supposedly. I'm more concerned about Danny Masterson's wife standing by him, which was fucking crazy. But I can also see how it could be confusing for fucking Ashton to have a really old statement used in a recent court appearance that was supposed to be for another court appearance that had nothing to do with it. And then having to be like, yo, yikes, don't do that. So yeah, he wrote the letter before he knew the truth, and then he condemned them. So, but everyone in Danny, yeah, but he wasn't in Danny's world. He was with Demi, and before, like, a lot of the stuff that happened once Danny broke off from everyone and like stopped hanging out with the crew. And so it's kind of like if your friend who you haven't seen in a few months gets in all this shit, you're like, well, I knew him, he was a good guy. Then he has you write this letter for a different court hearing and then holds on to it for years. Then he uses it in this. Like, I feel like that was kind of fucked up on Danny's part. But also, you know, I don't personally know Ashton myself, and, you know, but I've got no reason to think that he had anything to do with it. I have seen a lot of people make conspiracies about him being a serial killer, which is fucking insane. Yeah, Demi was at those parties too. I mean, you'd be surprised at who was at those parties. Like Beyonce was at a fuckload of those parties. So was Jay-Z. So wasn't Taylor Swift at some of them? You know? So it's very, very interesting. But I don't think they all did shit, you know? I think it's like an Epstein thing. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, those flight logs and shit that everybody likes to bring up, the Lolita Express, the plane, and I've said this before, I'll say it again. It was a plane that was not a commercial airline. However, the reason Epstein was able to keep it and maintain it for so long and fill it with fuel and go all over the world, yes, he had money, but a lot of it was liquidated assets. A lot of it was investments. It costs a fuckload of money for jet fuel. So one of the ways that billionaires stay rich, from what I can tell, is they don't fucking like to spend money. They're very frugal. It is no surprise to me that Warren Buffett, Jeffrey Epstein, Vince McMahon, all these people who have their own planes, even the Kardashians, a lot of their planes are rented and used by other celebrities and moguls. And the reason is because it allows them to never have to pay for fuel. They can literally rent a plane out twice, overcharge those people for renting it, and then use that to reinvest into the plane. And that's what a lot of them do. So typically, like, you would have an apartment with a landlord, they will hire someone to be like a management company for that plane. And that includes staffing, refilling, taking it out for frequent flights so that it doesn't end up stalling or having any mechanical issues from sitting too long. But another thing they do is they manage the rentals of it. So a lot of these celebrities, if they need a plane last minute to get somewhere, they will rent a plane and then they will fly somewhere. Or they own their own. So Elon, Taylor, all of them, they have their own planes, right? They will put them with a collective of management companies. Sometimes there's a fleet and they literally rent them out to people, and those people have to be logged on the flight logs, especially if they're going overseas. So Jeffrey Epstein rented out his plane to people. He did this to conserve and save money so that he could refill it with jet fuel for real cheap. What's very interesting to me is that flight log, you can literally see if Jeffrey is on board and if he's not. And the ones where he is and he's with someone, shady, fucked up by all means. But when we're talking John Legend and Chrissy Teigen renting the plane to fly across the US for an award show and Jeffrey's not on it, you can't convince me that they're going to Little St. James to diddle kids. It's just not. Nope. Sorry, you're out your ass and you're dumb as fuck. That is not what happened. They rented the plane from the company and used it without knowing it was the Lolita Express. That happened a lot. A lot of people were very surprised to find out they were in those flight logs. However, there were other people who were in the flight logs because they did nefarious fucking shit and they went to the island. The trick when looking through the flight logs is look at who Epstein was on board with and look at where they went. If they went to Little St. James, bad. If they went to the Grammys, likely renting it, especially if Epstein wasn't there. So I do think it's important when people say, check the flight logs, that you check the ones where Epstein was and where they were going to the island, because those logs are the bads. The rest are likely a celebrity or someone rich who fucking needed to rent a plane and they were like, this one is what's available. And they went, I'll take it. So there's that. Just a thought. Just want to put that out there because a lot of people just think every name on that flight log means they did something. That is not true. Because there were also names on there that were like Janice and Bruce from Connecticut. Like these are just rich financial bankers, or what do you call it? Financial, I don't remember what they did. There was a couple on there who's like, they were like into Wall Street and shit. And they just like rented the plane to go on like an anniversary. And now all of a sudden it's like, you fucking sex traffickers. It's like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, just a thought. Okay. I'm going to go back to this and let's see an update and see what they say. We'll see what this girl says. I'm not going to find the head part. Her head was like all up in the camera, like this close. And it was pretty fucking funny. Here we go. And yes, he was. And he went with Epstein on some of them. And I do believe he did visit the island. And he also was at the bar with him in Palm Beach quite a bit while he was on fucking probation with an ankle monitor for diddling kids. Good morning, Satan. We're talking Diddy and Epstein, which actually does tie into the Menendez brothers because their dad used to party with those motherfuckers and lend them his yacht. That convicted rapist is our president, everyone. A convicted rapist. Oh shit, he was. You better fucking clean it. Good morning, Laura. Good morning. Ladybug in the mud is a mood, Laura. Oh, so cute.
First day of testimony.
Yeah, I love this shit. When she doesn't know. Like, okay, I got it. Great eyebrows. Great eyebrows. How do I get these eyebrows? How do I do this? She looks surprised but reasonable. How do I get those? Who do I go to? Do I go to an eyebrow person? I went and the lady made me leave. So what do I do? What do I do? Yeah, she was very pissed. I love her eyebrows. She's very pissed. She doesn't fucking go on leave.
Rosanna and Kirk, good morning to both of you. It was emotional, graphic, and it will likely be the same today when Cassie continues to testify. But Cassie Ventura, who was visibly pregnant, by the way, 8 months pregnant, said that Sean Diddy Combs subjected her to a pattern of control and abuse over about a decade. She took deep breaths. She at times paused as she spoke. And when it came to her overall demeanor in the courtroom, she whimpered at times and wiped her eyes with a tissue. But during her first day of testimony, the 38-year-old R&B singer went into excruciating detail about Combs' so-called freak-offs, which prosecutors have described.
Can we pause for a second and talk about that? 10-year relationship. Did you hear how old she is right now? She's 30. And they broke up, what, 2 years ago? She was, what, 18 when they got together? Or 20? I think she was 18. Holy shit. That's literally the second she's 19, the second she's legal. That's crazy. 19. That's how old she was when she got into that abusive relationship 10 years later. Okay. That's crazy. I wonder if she experienced any sort of like arrested development from that, because that kind of trauma and abuse for that long, it kind of suspends you emotionally. If you're isolated from people, if you're alienating yourself or been alienated on account of someone, that's 10 years of her life where she was under control. Like, I just hope that she's getting help now for functioning socially, if that makes sense. Yeah, she got arrested. We saw that. That's all. I'll look it up. Maybe we can find a news thing on that, because I haven't seen anything on it. They just told me in chat earlier, Laura. They better not arrest the egg lady. I like that juror. They better not.
Described as drug-fueled sex parties. Ventura told the jury she met Combs at 19 years old and was just 22 when he asked her to participate in the first freak-off, explaining that she felt humiliated and confused, but ultimately happy that he was satisfied. She said Combs dictated every aspect of those encounters, which sometimes lasted up to 72 hours, and recorded them as a form of blackmail. Ventura testified the freak-offs and other aspects of the couple's relationship came with physical abuse. She recalled, quote, he would smash me in my head, knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in the head if I was down. When asked how often she was abused, she said, quote, too frequently. In 2023, Combs and Ventura reached an 8-figure settlement one day after she accused him of rape and abuse.
Did you hear that? An 8-figure settlement. So that is 10 million and up, right? She deserves everything he has. A lot of people are using that settlement against her. Let me say that again. She deserves everything. She deserves more than that for what he did to her. Just the one video alone of them in the hotel, the fact that he paid for that video and somehow cajoled the security to withhold that video, try to hide that video, that alone, lock him up forever. Fuck him. And every single thing she said he did to her, she has proof of. If he does not end up in prison for life, I mean, he's gonna get it on the street. This is the new Yolanda Saldivar. He's fucked.
Abuse in a civil suit. The now infamous video of Combs kicking and dragging her down a hotel hallway in 2016 is considered a key piece of evidence. Defense lawyers admitted Combs could be violent, but maintained that everything was consensual, adding that nothing he did
Violence is not consensual. What he did to her did not look consensual. She was sneaking out away from him. That was not consensual.
amounted to sex trafficking or racketeering. Deanna Paula, former New York prosecutor not associated with this case, weighed in on the testimony.
Thank you. I just see a lot of people arguing about that, going, well, she got a settlement. I'm sorry. First of all, that was a civil suit. What he did was criminal. What he did was criminal. All the civil suit does is give her the money that she needs to get a criminal case brought upon him. And some people might go, oh, how so? Because it allows her to protect herself with a lawyer, to hide from her abuser, and to start working towards feeding information to the federal authorities in order to bring a criminal case against him. It was imperative that she get that settlement. I think most of you guys would agree with me, right? In order to not only protect herself and stay alive, and I mean that, I say that with my full fucking face and chest and mouth. This woman, without a doubt, if she didn't get that money, likely could have been murked, because he tried to kill her boyfriend. He, in my opinion, most likely, in my opinion, killed Kim Porter. And he continues to get away with this shit. So she needed that fucking money so that she could fucking set herself up for success, not financially, not on a beach in Malibu. No. With a lawyer, so that she could go forward and get the shit she needed. What do I mean by that? You ever wonder where the hotel video came out? How it ended up coming out? Fucking federal agents, the FBI, shit like that. I have no doubt Cassie used that money to get that video out. I think she helped with that. I think we're going to find that out. I think that her and her lawyer pressured a lot of people to cooperate with the federal government. And I think she had this set up for a while. I think that she watched and paid attention so that she could have this day on the stand and she could give all the details possible. She saved receipts. She saved names. She saved phone numbers. She deserved every dime times a million. She deserves everything he fucking has. And if Kim Porter was still alive, they could split it. Because the way those women were treated was fucking awful. And to see him saying the mother of my children about Kim, and saying my beautiful artist, my beautiful girlfriend about no, fuck that. Yes, she won a civil settlement, but this is a criminal trial, and this is what she needs. The settlement is it's not even close to what she deserves. She deserves so much more. This is what she needs to be safe. And every single victim of him needs this to be safe. They need him on the stand, getting his ass handed to him, and then put in prison by federal authorities for fucking life. Oh. And then adopting that girl. Oh. I don't know what happened, but that was gross, and that made me very uncomfortable. Ugh, yikes.
For his husband, I was fine. The judge ruled that Ventura's husband, Alex Fine, can be in the courtroom for some of her testimony, but not all of it, considering defense lawyers may call him on as a witness later on to try and discredit her rape accusations. But for now, we're live here in Lower Manhattan. Kurt and Rosanna, we'll send it back to you.
Calling her own husband to the stand to discredit her is a whole new level of fucked up. That's going to look really bad for the jury. Like, the jury's not going to like that. I feel bad for her husband for having to go answer their questions, but I have no doubt he will do a great job because I bet you $1 million there's a reason she's got a baby in her belly and her husband's standing by her. He's likely a good guy. She's likely told him everything. I bet you $1 million he is set up for success by the federal government, and he's going to say what he needs to say to get the fuck out of it so that those prosecutors look like, or those fucking defense attorneys look like fucking dipshits. Okay, good. I'm glad he didn't really want that.
I will stay. Namaste. 2 more. No, wait. 3 more. Three more. That's it? Yeah. No, but we have 8:15, 9, 9:15.
Seeing them with good compass. There it is.
Shift me?
There it goes.
Okay.
We shift her and her head gets stuck in the camera. We find it. It's pretty funny. I feel bad, but it's true. Well, there it is.
Thomas Eddie. Tom S. Eddie is like, I'm Tom dash ASS dash
Why do they
ETTI.
do this to these poor news people? Why do they fucking do this, dude? This is crazy. This poor fucking girl. And why am I zooming in on it? Or not zooming in? Why am I playing it while it's zoomed in? Because it's hilarious. Like, they just... She's gonna beat that camera guy's ass later. I think they did. Because if he's a witness on the stand, they were trying to say he shouldn't be allowed in there.
Yeah, it's...
Don't you think it's weird how they timed it? Because, like, the best that they can do is the defense can try to delay. And I think that's what they did because they were trying to... I think they were trying to get it to a point where she wasn't available to testify, and she's like, I don't give a fuck how pregnant I am, I'm getting there, and she fucking stood up and went in anyway, and that fucking rules. Yeah, NDAs are not legal anymore as of, thank you, Joe Biden. Everybody says he didn't do shit. Oh, he did shit. He made it illegal to have an NDA for anything sexually violent, any blackmail, extortion. You cannot have an NDA to cover illegal activity. And that also opened the window for Vince McMahon's lawsuit. And he did that because of Trump's NDAs. And that's why Trump hates him.
Briella, like Gabriella without the gas. So just Briella Tomasetti. Tom S. Eddie.
Tom S. Eddie.
no, it's Tomasetti. Tom S. Eddie is like, I'm Tom dash ASS dash ETTI.
Yeah, he made Cassie Will.
Yeah, Tomasetti. No problem. I think yesterday I was Brianna. I think I'm still Brianna at our station too.
Oh, I thought you meant an NDA to hide his activity.
Then whether
He's hiding anything nefarious or anything illegal, then it's no longer considered valid.
Cool.
Yeah, the producers fucked up for this, but it is kind of funny. It is kind of funny. We're about to see it in a minute. They zoom in so close. My girl. Oh, I don't want to wait to talk about a forehead shot. God damn it, anyway. You look so close to the camera.
Hear me?
God damn it. Leave her alone. Leave her alone. Oh, there it is. Why did you do this?
What? Oh yeah.
Okay. This is when people are arriving at the courtroom. I wanted to see.
Holmes could be.
Here we go. coming up here? Oh, they did it again to where they got her eye this time? Yeah, me too. I like seeing the muscle. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He enjoyed Greg Abbott top and said, fuck that, you're in Texas. Mm-hmm. It did. It paved the way for this. There you go.
Oh my gosh. Why does it come down every time we come out?
Jen Koffendorfer was at the freak offs. She planned the freak offs. She is the freak offs. I want those iPads. I would draw mine. Would you after this? There's something wrong with them.
So loud.
So loud. Come on, do the report. Do the report. Do it. Wait. Oh, we got another guy later? Okay. I was watching how running for something happened. Nothing was happening. The bus came by. That was cool. And that's Batch. Don't call me a Batch. Coffee cookie. Oh, the kids are testifying, hence no court. Okay. That makes sense. Sad that they're letting the kids, they're not letting. They're making them testify unless they want to. And it's up to them. It's their right. I want my browser on the road. We'll do that. Why are you standing there for the bus?
Yeah, Rosanna and Kurt, good morning. And remember this, Cassie Ventura's story led to the arrest and then the subsequent federal indictment of Sean Diddy Combs. So she is the star witness of this trial. And yesterday she told her story in court. The 38-year-old R&B singer went into excruciating detail about Combs' so-called freak-offs. She told the jury she met Combs at 19 years old and was just 22 when he asked her to participate in the first one, explaining that she felt humiliated and confused, but happy that he was satisfied.
That's weird. Did it fuck up my mic again? Is it because I was talking over it? Also, I don't feel bad at all, Amy. I know where we grew up, so or at least where you live and I grew up. Trust me, there's a reason we do. We 100%. Every female from San Antonio who is over 30 likely behaves like a 12-year-old boy. It's just something I noticed. We all play video games. We all fuck around and find out. We all go to the Dragon Force concert. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I think he's just fucking with her. I can't tell. I cannot tell. I think it's Denise. She's been on for about 45 minutes. I don't think it'll be much longer. Then probably more clips. Then Bev's break. Okay, what cover up is she using? I don't know, but her makeup, spotless. Her eyelashes, lovely. Eyebrows, want them. Who is this woman? Give us your makeup tips.
Ventura said Combs dictated every aspect of those encounters, which sometimes lasted up to 72 hours, and recorded them as a form of blackmail. She also testified about physical abuse. In 2023, Combs and Ventura reached an 8-figure settlement one day after she accused him of rape in a civil suit. The video of him kicking and dragging her down a hotel hallway is now considered a key piece of evidence. Defense lawyers admitted Combs could be violent, but maintained that everything was consensual. Joshua Rhett Miller, Newsweek's chief investigative reporter, described Diddy's demeanor in the courtroom.
Okay. That's how they do it. Just like wrestling. They make bumpers and then they fill it in on the news. Just like radio, too. What's she drinking? What do you got? What are you drinking?
Nobody will say a word. They're hiding their faces. And the news is just asking how to pronounce the kid's name.
Okay. Here we go. She's about to bitch. I want to see this. I'm sorry, you guys, but I absolutely love it when the news anchors go off and they don't realize that they're being broadcast on live stream on YouTube. This is one of my favorite things. Lauren, no, you're going to be fine. The dentist is going to be a blast. You're going to have fun and you're going to feel great when you're done. Okay? Because they're going to assess and you're going to get a lollipop. You're going to get a lollipop. Dude, we will find them. We will hunt them and we will bury their butt. Allegedly bury that. Wait. for entertainment purposes only. I'm just kidding, but we will find them and my name is Earl them and we will put him in jelly. And I hate it that happened to you, but I'm proud of you for speaking out and being open about what happened and, letting us know that fucking this is a regular thing they do. They say, oh, it was consensual, and it's not. It's not. Just because someone says it was doesn't mean it was. And my name is Earl ass. Email me. We don't often get to see behind the curtain. I know, I absolutely love it. We're gonna lurk and squirm right fucking now. And also, let's gotta go use the toilet. So I'll be right back. If you guys need to make or go use potty, go do it now.
So loud. Yeah, Rosanna and Kurt, good morning. And remember this, Cassie Ventura's story led to the arrest and then the subsequent federal indictment of Sean Diddy Combs. So she is the star witness of this trial. And yesterday she told her story in court. The 38-year-old R&B singer went into excruciating detail about Combs' so-called freak-offs. She told the jury she met Combs at 19 years old and was just 22 when he asked her to participate in the first one, explaining that she felt humiliated and confused, but happy that he was satisfied. Ventura said Combs dictated every aspect of those encounters, which sometimes lasted up to 72 hours, and recorded them as a form of blackmail. She also testified about physical abuse. In 2023, Combs and Ventura reached an 8-figure settlement one day after she accused him of rape in a civil suit. The video of him kicking and dragging her down a hotel hallway is now considered a key piece of evidence. Defense lawyers admitted Combs could be violent, but maintains that everything was consensual. Joshua Rhett Miller, Newsweek's chief investigative reporter, described Diddy's demeanor in the courtroom. Yeah, we've had reporters inside the courtroom who say at one point he was nervous, but he pretty much has remained calm, cool, and collected. Lawyers now for Combs will try to challenge Cassie's credibility when cross-examining her. She takes the stand again in a little under a half hour from now. Another explosive day of testimony is expected. Kurt and Rosanna, for now we're live here in Lower Manhattan. We'll send it back to you. Okay. Now we wait. One more. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get to the train.
Sorry, I'm not muted. It's just it's hard to hear. I just want to let you guys know that Mookie's says hello. Mookie says hello. He's getting older, so he doesn't like to be picked up as much. I don't want to hurt his back. So when we pick him up, we have to hold him like a baby, or we have to hold him a very specific way so he does not to show him to his public. Yeah. He does not like sitting up. He just doesn't like it. He's like, I will stare for a little while, real freaked out, and then you need to put me down. He does like being held like a baby, like this, where like he's literally laying in your arms. But it's really hard to do because then he puts his head on your shoulder and like he'll snort in my ear and he'll like give mama and daddy kisses on our necks, but he doesn't like bringing his face forward. So you would just be looking at his belly. But he does say hello. He says hello and good morning. He does speak with his eyes, the sweet Mookie Hoogan, and he has many facial expressions. He does think Diddy did it, and he says good morning to everybody. Yeah, it is torture. He's like, why do I have to talk to people? He's remember when Prince William had Prince George, and George was just like doing all kinds of crazy shit on the balconies because he didn't want to be seen? Mookie's is Prince George. He is not into it, and he's like, do not show me off to everyone. Good morning, razzle dazzle. It is nice to see you. Also, Yolanda. I wish I could scream it, but Diddy's asleep. He is wonderful. He knows Yolanda Saldivar did it. I need to say Yolanda quiet because he just looked at me like, who? He really hates her. A struggle cuddle? That is literally what it is. He's like, oh, fine. Okay. So we have watched the newscaster lady have a hell of a time. Now, let's see what happened with
tonight. Court.
Hold on. This was aired 14 hours ago. This is about, I guess, court got canceled. So they're going to make a big dramatic thing out of it. And of course, NBC 10 Boston put out a 20-minute rundown of court cancellation info and, details on the unavoidable circumstances. The latest Karen Reed case surprise. Surprise. She's a human. She gets sick. Okay. So let's see what this is about. Again, I woke up, I did my squirms, my lurks. I had a lot of shit to work on for work, which actually I do want to talk to you guys about because I've been learning a lot in one of my contracts for a woman who I've been helping her with a lot of research and OSINT for a case that she's been working on for years. I cannot be too specific, but there are some things in it that me and her are both learning, and I thought they were so interesting. And I was like, I kind of want to cover some of this on my channel, not specifically her case, but some of the things we learned around it that have to do with bigamy and bigamy laws and common law and your rights as a spouse or common law spouse, and namely a lot that has to do with taxes and discovery and how to file a bigamy claim, like a lot of things like that. And it's fascinating as we work through it. And oh my God, there's just a lot to talk about in that. And I started finding precedent for her. And there are some bigamy cases that are insane. I had no idea that it had to be brought forth. First of all, you have to get a criminal charge by going to the police or a district attorney who has to file it. And it's really hard in the state of Texas to get a bigamy claim, even though it is, or a bigamy charge on someone, even though it is such a serious issue that happens so often, especially to soldiers. Soldiers apparently are the leading victims of bigamy, at least in the state of Texas. A lot of soldiers get cheated on. And these women who, it's mostly women who are military wives, end up cheating and remarrying over and over. The men tend to do it in different states. And there's a lot of statistics on it. It's fascinating how men will go state to state, country to country, and just marry all kinds of bitches. But the women tend to stay within a certain military base, and they military base hop. It's very, very fascinating. But anyway, I do want to talk about that one day. Maybe we could talk about it a little bit today, but it's very fascinating. And I have been collecting things to show you when I'm done with this contract, because we both agree, like me and her were talking last night, like this is nuts. The type of shit that's out there and how difficult it is. Like if you're married to someone and they refuse to sign divorce papers, but then they marry someone else and have a baby with them, they can still file you on their taxes and get away with it for a long time, because the fraud lien will then go on two people and it can fuck up a lot of stuff. They're not supposed to, but in order to basically bring a criminal proceeding against them that isn't directly from the IRS auditing them, or, you know, the government coming after them, in order for you to get a charge to break away from being claimed as a dependent on their taxes, it's hell. You have to prove bigamy, which is almost impossible in half of the states in the nation. So it's a fucked up loophole that affects men and women all over the place. And it's really fucking crazy. You definitely need coffee for this. Okay, let's go ahead and watch this Karen Reed stuff and find out why wasn't she in court yesterday. Here we go.
Tonight, court canceled. Details on the unavoidable circumstance that...
Isn't that crazy? Were they military? You don't have to tell me that, but isn't it crazy how often that happens, especially in Texas, and people get away with it because DAs don't want to bring charges for bigamy? It's fucking wild.
Prevented testimony today and the possible impact. Plus, with no court in session, we're looking closer at what's already been said on the stand and how it could be going over with the jury.
Nobody showed me anything of his investigation.
Okay, so let's wrap this up. I'm not letting any of this in.
The reasoning behind a mid-testimony legal move done away from jurors. And our legal experts delve deeper into the new evidence and what it could mean. Canton Confidential, the Karen Reed murder trial, starts right now.
Well, almost everyone had arrived to court this morning in the Karen Reed murder trial as usual, only to be told to go home. Good evening. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm JC Monahan.
And I'm Glenn Jones. We now know it was because of Karen Reed's health. Our John Maroney takes us through today's developments.
The trial has been moving quite quickly.
All's quiet at Norfolk Superior Court with an unexpected day off in the murder retrial of Karen Reed. The break coming with the defendant suffering an undisclosed illness.
Until the last 3 days, it seemed like we were really going to end relatively quickly with the prosecution's case.
Last on the stand, State Police Sergeant Yuriyest, a key witness in the case against the 45-year-old defendant, who's pleaded not guilty to hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV and leaving him to die in the snow. Michael Coyne is NBC 10 Boston's chief legal analyst.
You kind of could have done better, a lot better, by just answering the questions directly, not appearing so evasive, and taking the hits when they came.
The prosecution says the relationship between Reed and O'Keefe was strained. The couple went on a trip to Aruba before O'Keefe died, where they apparently fought over his alleged involvement with another woman. Prosecutors are now asking for permission to tell the jury about the incident after first saying they wouldn't.
The idea that she's so full of rage with respect to that incident in Aruba, that could provide some motivation for murder.
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
Special prosecutor Hank Brennan is winding down his case. So far, he hasn't called former state trooper Michael Proctor, as well as ATF agent Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, both of whom the defense says are third-party culprits responsible for John O'Keefe's death. The question remains, will the defense call them if the prosecution doesn't?
I don't know whether having to call those witnesses and put that evidence in themselves, whether it'll be quite as effective. The jury's already heard it now. Hopefully it's resonated with them as the defense would like.
As of right now, the trial is set to resume tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. In Dedham, John Maroney, back to you.
All right, joining the conversation now is our courtroom insider, Sue O'Connell, and retired Massachusetts Judge Jack Lew. Thank you so much for being here. Sue, we wanted to start with you simply because you were in court when the announcement was made that there would be no court today.
Sue, why are you wearing red on red? Sue, that is Satan's color wheel that you're fucking with. And also, did she call him Jagaloon? I love this. And he looks like Tommy Davidson, and I love his tie. That's all I have to say.
How did that play? How did it go down? And what were, the reactions?
Well, that overstates the announcement part, JC, because there was a lot of confusion. So I arrived at the court like I usually do at 8:30, and there was actually a line to pick up our press passes, which we have to get on the first floor when we get in. And nothing was happening, and there was a lot of hubbub.
You know what? I take it back. I'm kind of living for her. What is this? Red? She's got Sally Jesse red glasses. She's got red lips. She's got a red turtleneck. She's got a red blazer. Bitch, you the red witch? I actually don't hate it now.
A lot of people in and out of offices. We could tell something was happening, but it's a courthouse. There are other trials going on. So you always have to keep in mind it may not be about us. And then as we were waiting in line, someone looked at their email and saw that we got an email from the court saying that court was not happening today due to an unforeseen circumstance. So then we all just went and sat and waited to see who we saw. We saw Hank Brennan from the prosecution. We saw Adam Lally. We didn't see the clerk of courts. We looked around to see if there's anybody else we might recognize. We each start calling our contacts, our sources, trying to see if we could find out what happened. And of course, we had some information. We didn't have it confirmed. Other stations had information, and we just sort of waited to see if there was going to be an announcement. So no official announcement. But as we and others are reporting, Karen called in sick today because she wasn't feeling well, and the court just said, that's fine, we'll move on.
So, Judge, on that basis, the defendant is unwell. Is that a reasonable reason to hit pause on everything?
Absolutely. The defendant, Ms. Reed, right now is under just a wacky amount of pressure, a super pressure, and it's understandable that she would get sick.
Didn't expect old Jet. What the fuck is going on with my earbuds or with my headphones? That was weird. Interference, ghosts. Didn't expect Jack Lew to have the take of the century, but yeah, super pressure. Okay. He's right. He's not lying.
A reasonable reason to hit pause on everything.
Absolutely. The defendant, Ms. Reed, right now is under just a wacky amount of pressure, a super pressure, and it's understandable that she would get sick.
You know what's wacky? All this pressure.
From the psychological pressure. And if it's such a long trial, I wouldn't be shocked if other players need a day of rest just to handle.
You know what, Jack Lew? Mr. Lew, Mr. Jagaloon, I was mean to you. I apologize. Okay? The big fat pentagram? Don't weight shame the pentagram. How dare you? She did match her shit. Sue can do no wrong. She wears lady vests. True, true. I think I'm into her. They do match perfectly. She really has it going on. She got that color blocking from the queen. Holy shit. Oh, wow. And I thought I was naive nowadays. Dude, in all seriousness, Jack Lou, dude. Jack Lou, I thought you put puce. And I was like, how dare you? Purse. Can't tell this monochromatic queen nothing. No, you can't. No, you can't. R.I.P. the queen. What riveting bias. She's a head wrap short of a Luke. Only Hyde can pull off. Poor Jessica Hyde. She just wants to hide her hair and everybody's mad at her. It's in her name. Come on, people. She never missed a day. She didn't. Heart attack symptoms you hear about are for 50-year-old white men. Heart attack symptoms are different for the rest of us. That's some fucked up shit right there. Yeah. And also, like, can we acknowledge that she had 10 ass surgeries, fucking has MS, is already frail as a flower. I could blow her over, dude. Let this woman have a fucking day. Maybe she had diarrhea. Who gives a fuck? Give her a day, dude. Give her a fucking day. You know what she should do? If they keep giving her hell about it, go to court, shit her pants in front of the jury. Get that poop pity, dude. Get that poop pity. I poop when I'm nervous too. Well, I fart, but poop pity, dude. Just do it. Fuck it. And seal the deal with your hole.
Yeah.
Well, the judge has been very vocal in trying to protect the time and space of the jurors. She's done that repeatedly. We want to show you an example from yesterday when she spoke up during testimony over concerns the questioning could go longer than expected.
Didn't step outside, but once he was invited, according to your narrative, wouldn't they have a discussion outside where he was invited to come out?
So, Mr. Jackson, I just want to ask you, how much longer?
Not long. I can finish this up if you give me.
Also, I've been trying to keep count, like a tally, if you will, of things that Bev does to the Commonwealth versus the defense. And one of those things is giving them the old wrap it up. The old Dave Chappelle wrap it up box. I got 4-1. So for every one time she asks Hank, you gonna keep fucking go? Can we wrap it up? Can we hurry it up even? 1, she does it 4 times as much, maybe even 5, because I haven't even counted them all. I still have to get through 2 half days of testimony that I missed from a few days ago. So pretty much 2 days we weren't here. So thus far, it's a 1-4 on that. Size. I have been charting the size. Again, with that one, I need to recount the size on Yuri's day. And I need to recount the size on Hyde's day. Then I have 1 half day. And once I get through that, I will have the side count down. But thus far, it's a 1 in 10 size. For every 10 times she fucking size. In this, actually, no. I just remembered I had calculated it wrong. It was a 1 in 8. On the last trial, it was 1 in 10. So for every 1 side that the Commonwealth gets, these motherfuckers are getting 8 sides. That's a lot of size.
10, probably 10 minutes.
Okay. Jurors are saying yes. Is it okay with all the jurors? We usually break it 4.
I don't want to overstep. I'm happy to stop now, but I think I can get finished.
I'd like to finish with this witness and not have to bring it back again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the accommodation.
So, Judge, this is a complicated case, lots of witnesses. What are your thoughts about the judge's ability to keep things moving?
This judge is a saint. This judge is a saint. And so if that judge...
Oh, is it continuing? Well, hell. Well, hell. If it's continuing, let's go watch it, shall we? Shall we? And then I have Marcus for later. Okay, so let's see. Karen Reed trial live. Here we go, guys. Here we go. And today we're gonna swap in court TV because long grime. Oh, Cashless is gonna love that. Law and Crime has too much banner. and I don't want their banner fucking up my banner. And we are not that far behind. It just started. So let's, even though I don't like that one bitch on Court TV, they do have really good sound and they have very low background fuzz. So, you know, I don't care what their agenda is, who they're for. If you get rid of the background fuzz, I'm listening. Okay, I'm tuned in. So here we go. And we're going to put it on 1.25 also. And let me pop this up. Here we go. I thought Zach Clark was a country singer. Had no idea he was a state trooper.
Biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the crime scene services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Oh, we have Lally back. Good morning, Lally.
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica.
Also, we do need to recognize Jack Lou can now go fuck because he did. If he said that, I missed it because I was actually reading something about this starting while you were saying it. But fuck him. So we did a 360 on Jack Lou, or a 190 or 180. We flipped. Now we are fuck you, Jack Lou, fuck you, Lou.
And it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I don't know Bella's mom, but I'm trying to figure out who he looks like. He looks like someone famous. Kind of looks like the kid from Toy Story. What's his name? Fucking the cowboy. Fucking God damn it. Woody. Kind of looks like Woody from Toy Story.
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
No, not Sid.
And who do you recall
Andy.
being present during your time at
Not Sid, Andy, but yeah, kind of Sid now. I don't know. I can't figure it out. Something's up. He does have sunken in eyes, like the skeletons from what's the movie Coco, but also like he's got good bone structure, real good bone structure.
Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department.
Dewey.
There were members of the State
You're talking about Dewey. Okay, I'll stop interrupting. Dewey.
Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
photograph in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene service?
Trumpet.
Main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask, typically.
What
often a
was that?
scale, so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later.
What was that? Oh, what was that? A scale to document a true size? What he means by scales, he means by a ruler. But also, if you've been keeping up with Duty Ed and Duty Ron, they show you exactly what you got to do with that ruler, how many layers of butcher paper you have to put down first, how you position the ruler, where it goes, not just at the crime scene, but in relative to the location of other things like, oh, I don't know, the fucking dead guy, stuff like that. This is an actual procedure for evidence being testified to, and I find it very amusing that this guy is saying the truth, because this could make the prosecution look really bad. And I don't think they expect him to tell the truth, but he could be. Who was the guy in Bonjour, I am George Short? Who was the guy in the last trial who popped in, told the truth, and left? And everyone's like, oh, like, fuck. He was one of the officers, and he testified that, homegirl didn't say shit. They didn't take the right pictures. It was pretty great. I feel like he could be a secret hero. Let's watch.
Sometimes placards or ruler tape.
Yeah, the guy
placed
from
on items of
Dayton.
interest or items that will be collected.
This could be Dayton 2, Dayton Bugaloo.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any
Arrows.
documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed.
Oh my God, say it again. Say placards. Placards. He is 100% talking like John Cena too. Is this John Cena's gay brother? I don't think he's a trooper. Wow. I wonder if Unky Mike thinks this guy looks like Cena. I'm going to go on X and ask him.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet.
It's when you go, look at me, I'm a fucking friction ridge, and then you fucking dance around. I'm so sorry.
Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns that form through ridges.
You know, it's ironic. I tagged him in the prototype promo from A Very Young Cena, unless he showed the Cena Live in Detroit promo, which I also tagged him in on my old account that I can't access anymore. And I really regret it because that is a great promo. And also, he does look like a really skinny John Cena. I am excited right now.
And furrows or hills and valleys. And they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints.
If it was Backlash, then that was Spinner era John Cena, and it's amazing.
Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and are in conducting examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snowbanks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, I'm going to give a desk. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, come on, seek to introduce the witness next.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
All right, that'll come in.
Thank you.
Exhibit 133.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness just
Yes.
briefly? Your Honor, I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as a mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I almost seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
It's 134A through 134C.
Yes, and I'd like to remind everyone that when it was removed, it supposedly shattered into dust, according to them. People seem to forget that. I think it's a very interesting point that often gets left out when anti-Karen Reed people are talking about the case. So thank you for pointing that out. People need to remember that.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign.
Also, search and rescue teams and stuff like that, like CERT, they'll often not just look for people, they can be used for evidence, especially in missing persons cases where they're trying to find like clothing and stuff like that, or when they're searching for a weapon for a crime. So likely they could have been searching for anything else, especially like in relation to the tail light on the car based on, I guess, what they were trying to prove, but also should there be anything else there? Maybe, you know, I don't know if they found a glove or something, they probably would have. No, this is really just all done so poorly. They should have had CSI CERT. They should have taken pictures. They should have had outside agencies. If mass state troopers were corrupt, they should have had other people who don't know the family. There's just so much they should have, could have, would have, dude. It's fucking crazy.
And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
A person not wearing gloves.
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Hey, great picture. Way to get a real blurry one, sir.
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of.
And this pisses me off because, so right here, this whole situation, what I was reading about this model Lexus is there is a brake lock feature if you're about to hit someone or something. But then when I watched the video of her backing out, she hits John's car. So I wonder if it was not enabled or if there was something wrong with it, or if perhaps, I know that you can override it or cancel it on some programs. I do wonder if she had a check engine light recently that had come on, that perhaps they fixed it and reset the codes and that could have affected it. I don't know, but it's very odd because if anything, it would have given her some sort of a warning. And if she was going that far back that fast, I would think it would kick in. So very strange.
That photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console.
And by the way, Clam, that, yeah, she did say that, but the guy who did take it out broke it.
What I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Those are up image than the prior photograph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Spianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my fucking God. Daddy is about to talk. I am so excited. Y'all, this is awesome. We're getting Yannetti. We're getting Yannetti. I'm getting wetty because we got Yannetti. This is so exciting. Here we go.
Good morning, Cooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section.
That's correct.
And that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes.
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
Just real quick. This Natalie German person, German Natalie, is supposedly in court today, I saw. I just want to go back a little. Let's just.
Of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit.
Is this Natalie the German? Or is this not? Nope, that's the court officer. Could this be Natalie the German? Or this, perhaps? Mit Ben und. Okay. Is that Nick Rakita? Hey, boy. There's no coke in this courthouse, sir. You need to leave.
Unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks are to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Of course, Yannetti immediately pissed off Mummy. I'm going back because I want to see what exactly she got pissed off at because I couldn't stop staring at Tiny John Cena.
The Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully, Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks are to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
I'm so confused as to why. Yeah, I got intel sent to me that said German Natalie's there. And I don't know who the fuck that is. Isn't that Nostra Papa's friend? Or is that TB's friend? What's her deal? Is she a bad guy? I don't remember. I know she sent people info and then she flipped on Karen or something, right? Something like that. Something like that. Probably had to do a deep rev from a mean Bev. No, she'd be on the O'Keefe's side. Okay, well, let's peep the O'Keefe side then. Let's go back a little.
Correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed.
No. Can we see them again? Can I please see the Germans? Because they're so fucking weird. All right. No.
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning. Get back to them. Right about here.
You actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there.
Is this her? She looks like blowed up Karen Kilgariff. Like if she like did a backwards Ozempic. Natalie was Karen's friend. Which one is she? Do we see her? She is the mean girl. Well, she is the German. Natalie will be there to show the witness intimidation stuff. Am I being slow and stupid? Did we know Tully was removed? No, you're not slow and stupid. Megabeth? Oh my god. It's such a. Is that a nickname or is that a real name? That's so sad. Megabeth, like a giant robot lady. Megabeth is fucking hilarious. Like the name or the person. I don't even think Karen and Natalie were actually friends in college. Oh shit, it's that one. Which fucking bitch is she?
There for
Oh.
approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks are to disregard that.
Oh, they tried to shit on Tully. Okay.
I'm not going to request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute.
Well, Bev's pissed, and we don't get to see Natalie the German. Okay, well, maybe we'll see her when we get back. Ooh, fan. Okay. Looks like we're going to catch up pretty good today.
You learned that
There we
Michael
go.
Proctor had called you February 1st of 2022.
There we go. Boom. I see John O'Keefe's ex-grandma here. Okay. I see old Tiny Eyes McGee. I see a young lady. I see a big old bitch in white. Maybe this is her?
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Yes.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
It would be funny if Alessi was playing Bubble Bash, but also not cool because on the clock, but also that'd be hilarious. Or like Wordle.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not the state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detective Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sistine.
Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruise?
Sustained and jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Fuck, I need to be heard at sidebar. Someone hear me at sidebar. I have fucking thoughts. I'm angry. Oh God, it's a long one. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are they still at sidebar? Oh my God. Well, oh, it's a banner day. We have mad banners coming at you. All right. What do you think I do? You think I actually research this shit, look shit up on court, and waste my time finding the facts? Fuck no. Fuck no. I harass, defame, and cyberbully online sidekicks, and I make banner. That's what I do. Okay? Sidebar. While banner is up, don't forget you can call Mortgage and Mortgage today to get your Japanese casino tokens. Oh, Jesus. Don't call me Iowa. I don't want anything to do with your state. Actually, don't even know where Iowa is. I don't even think it's real. I think it is low-cost Nebraska. We'll say that. Also, how are you guys doing? Is everybody...
Hi. You're both high.
Because if you are, then I do declare... And now it's time for a message from our sponsor.
Hey, Stacy. Do you want to go out sometime?
Okay. So that's a little of what's to come. Speaking of what's to come, we haven't seen this one in a while.
Here is my baby doggies. One of them is Muslim, the other one is gay, and today we're gonna measure them. Let's see how long are you now. 1, 2, 2 middle finger long, and you. 1, 2, 2 middle finger and a half. You are very cute boy, gay, little bit LGQHD TV candidate, but it's okay. I still love you. You can be what you like because you are a dog. And you always itching because try to clean yourself. Stop twerking in the dirty. They are always twerking in the dirty, and they do this in the garden, and he digging, and he make the holes. One is making the holes, and this one is looking for holes to penetration. Find your goals before they penetration your holes, stupid.
Life's a bit. It is okay to have anxiety. Your kitties are going to be fine because I've told Hugin to bless them. Do you hear that, Hugin? Hugin says absolutely. He is on it. He's going to handle it. Okay. He's also complaining he needs to go outside. I'm going to take Hugin outside. Live court is on a short break, everybody. We can squirm to State Farm again. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me go ahead and I will put on, well, how about this? Because I do have to take him on a walkie. How about this? How about this? We're going to do something. Hold on. I'll be right with you, Hugin. I will be right with you, sir. Okay. I'm going to take him on a walkies, but here's what I have. Here's what I have for you. Let me pull it up. Give me 1 second. Oh, I know, honey. Give me 1 second. Mama's going to set everybody up for success. Okay. And Banner is slowing me down. In order to bully Turd, I have to actively harm my own stream. I know, honey. I know. All right, here. And then it will automatically go back to the Karen Reed trial. When this is done playing, this is my treat to you guys. This is my way of saying thank you, kids, for being there for Dad, even in my deep, dark times of being screamed at by the Hugin. Here you go. Here you go. That's right. 15 minutes of new Marcus for you and your carcass. I hope that you enjoy. And as soon as it's done, it will go into the Karen Reed. I'm going to walk him and the Karen Reed. That's funny. I'm going to walk him and I'll be right back.
In the end.
Also, I will be, why no? We should watch that again soon. I will be walking him. I will be in the chat, but I have to leave someone in charge. So let me scroll around and see who we got in here. You know what? Reggie, you've never been in charge. Reggie Ray, you're in charge. Mia, you are back up. Please snitch wildly, and snitch with your whole chest.
What matters? Nothing, right?
I don't think you should dance like that. You might injure yourself, and I really don't want to be held accountable.
Robert, I've discharged my fluid.
What does that mean? What does that mean, Marcus? You took a pee?
It's over there.
Marcus, I'm not going to go in.
It's kind of gooey and sticky. Goopy and goopy and green. Lick my finger.
I'll pass for now, Marcus. You know, maybe next time. Old lady. But yeah, what can you tell me what aisle you discharged in so I can clean it? Where are you going? Yeah, it's a nice shirt. It's blue. I don't think it'll fit you, but it's nice.
I don't like this color.
I'm so sorry. Where's he going? All right, well, good to see you, Marcus. Watch out for the giant rat. Marcus? Hey, Marcus, do you know how to get out of this place? Hi, Marcus. I'm kind of lost in this grocery store. Do you know how to get? Okay. Thank you.
How have you been?
I've been good. Since you got me fired from Kmart. Marcus, how do we get out of here?
Tried the moon juice? Or perhaps the diet moon juice.
I haven't tried either the moon juice or the diet moon juice. I'm trying to get out of this place. This place is kind of cursed. You know the way out, right?
But there's 10% sale.
That's great. I've been stuck in here for what feels like hours.
No.
I don't want any moon juice, okay? Marcus, I don't know what you're doing. Do you know how to get out of this place, Marcus? Like I'm severely lost. I've been in this store for 2 hours. This place is cursed.
I'm on a mission.
Okay.
Baby no wabby dobby doo. Have you seen him?
Was that English? What did you just say?
Oh, baby. Whibby wobble whibby. Wow.
Marcus, you're just rambling random words. I don't think any of that actually makes any sense.
I'm looking for him. He's been on my radar. Trace them into this location.
Okay. Look, Marcus, where are you going?
Oh no. Not this skibble wibble wibby ba 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 boo.
What is happening? Are you good?
Follow me.
Oh, one second, guys. Marcus? I'll be right back, guys.
What the hell? All right, we'll keep doing business over here in the bathroom.
Okay, Marcus, I think they can hear you.
Give us your damn money, little
okay, we'll be right back, guys.
Sneaky.
All right.
Okay.
Beat his ass, Peter. Beat his ass.
Oh, Marcus, sorry, I'm in the middle of a business meeting. Here, why don't we go into the alley so it's a little more quiet?
Corn chips.
Did you pay for those?
No, not really.
Okay, well, you probably should.
How is your night going?
Man, it's going good, dude. This gas station, it's really popping off. I think this business is going to be real successful.
I don't care. Listen,
Okay.
Robert,
Wow.
this place is evil.
It's evil? What the hell? It's a gas station. How evil can it be?
They don't sell any 2000 psi cold water corded electric pressure washers.
2000 psi corded electric. What? I beg your pardon? What do you?
Yes.
Is that why it's evil? Because they don't sell that? I mean, does any gas
Yes.
station sell that?
Nah,
So is every gas station evil then?
don't make me mad, Robert.
Okay, I'm sorry, man. I'm real sorry. Okay. All right.
You've got to be careful out there. Don't trust the crustaceans.
Okay, so you're saying I shouldn't trust the lobster people, but they're I mean, they've been real nice to me, man. That's pretty sick what you're doing right there. I can't tell if you're missing or if you're trying to switch directions. It's pretty cool, Marcus. Marcus, how's Jimbo James been?
I don't know.
Okay, you do realize you guys kind of left them behind last time. You guys forgot Jimbo James. No, are you okay? Did they run you over? Oh, God damn it.
What is that?
Marcus, I know what you're going to do. If I turn around, you're going to disappear, okay? Wait, stop. Ow, no. Wait, what? There is something there. What the hell is that? Okay, I'll go check it out. Hello?
Oh, hey, what's up? It's me, Timothy Exotic. Nice to meet you.
Timothy Exotic. That's your name.
Timothy. My name is Timothy. Timothy Exotic. What's up?
Hi, are you friends
I will
with...
douse you in gasoline and ignite it into a fiery, sacrificial display of immolation from my own satisfaction, you stupid, idiotically Berman.
Yes, friends?
See, that's what I like about, this person right here. Because, they're pretty chill.
Yeah, it seems like you guys have a really good dynamic
Want
with each
some
other.
corn chips?
Honestly, I'll take it, but I don't want to eat too many because, this is also yours, right? So, I want to interrupt you in your munchies. You feel me?
I don't like this guy.
Listen here, Robert. It's been nice talking.
Wait, before you leave, can I ask you something? It's something that's been killing me.
I'm gonna head out. Good night.
Okay, you said that that was Jimbo James, the guy with the green, the frog. But you also said he only speaks Cantonese.
Yes.
So if you and him know each other, does that mean that you speak Cantonese? Because how else would you know that's Jimbo James?
Yes.
What?
I will commit a home invasion now.
What? You need to stop. You have money. Why are you doing these things? You have money. What? I don't even understand. I don't understand.
Oh, goody.
You like booze,
You gotta pay
Marcus?
for that.
Not really.
Oh, okay. He seemed really excited to see it. No, okay, but I mean, okay. Well, do you want me?
I'm really excited to see you, Robert.
I'm excited to see you too, Marcus. Do you want me to get you anything from the gas station?
Tactical roll.
Oh, that was a sick roll. It was a really sick roll.
Didn't see that coming. Sneaky.
No, I didn't. You must have gotten some really good iframes on that. So do you want me to get you anything, Marcus, while we're here? Sorry about your
this
family.
This guy looks stupid. Stupid
What?
bitch ass.
What? Don't call me that. You don't even
dumb
know.
Bitch. Stupid fuck.
You look stupid. You fuck.
Whoa, guys.
I hate you, stupid.
You're wrinkly. You're
guys,
stupid, bitch ass.
Calm down, please. I told you guys might be related.
He called me wrinkly.
He did. He did call you wrinkly. I'm sorry to hear that.
Am I wrinkly, Robert? To be honest.
No, you look prime. You look prime shape, honestly. I don't think he likes you very much.
Stupid fuck. Bald
You
bitch
stupid
ass.
Fuck you. You're gonna die.
Whoa, he jumped. Whoa, he's running. He's stuck in the wall. I saw that, Marcus. He got stuck in the wall for a second there. What is he doing? Whoa, what the hell? A raccoon. Hello, Marcus? Holy shit, Marcus. It's so good to see you. I've been stranded in the middle of this.
You, Robert.
Huh? What? Do you have any water? I'm starving. I'm so dehydrated. I'm dying, man.
You haven't seen the bean spiders, have you?
I did. I saw a bean spider. How did you know about that? Like, I thought I was hallucinating.
You what?
No, I did. I saw. Is that a bad thing? It's really hot.
I got some green stuff on my finger again. I'm a little sad about it.
I'm sorry. Maybe you could rub it in the sand or something. Yeah, it's pretty barren here. Marcus, please tell me you know a way out of here, bro. I need this. Oh, follow you? You're gonna help me? Oh my God, Marcus. You're a hero.
Do you think they sell Q-tips around here?
In the middle of the desert?
I've been needing some.
I don't think so, Marcus. I don't think so.
Okay.
I sure hope you know where you're going.
They didn't have.
Just so you guys know, I am watching the trial, keeping an eye on it, and they're still at sidebar. And I just realized something, you guys. I'm not fucking around. Court TV uses StreamYard. What? That's kind of wild. I would have figured they'd be fucking around with like OBS or something, but no, straight up StreamYard. Who knew? Also, we are back. Yeah, I don't think like Jen's a twat, right? She's hard to deal with. She is a lanyard mom. She's kind of evil. She's conniving. She's a gossip. She's everything. She's everything evil. She's the ultimate heel. But in the end, she is, I mean, okay, if this were wrestling, which is what I have to do for this, she would be Sensational Sherry. Okay. But when Sherry Martel was with, not when she was with Harlem Heat, but more like when she was with Macho Man when he was evil. And everyone wanted Macho back with Elizabeth. Now we have to remember, while Sherry was behind a lot of the foolery, Macho Man is the one who was fucking over Miss Elizabeth. Macho Man is the one who chose Sherry. Macho Man is the one who couldn't stop fighting with Hulk Hogan to keep the Mega Powers afloat. And all of a sudden, Miss Elizabeth is forced to choose. In the end, women do tend to get blamed a lot for things men do. And I think that while she was likely complicit in helping cover it up, derail it, or tell everyone look the other way, when it comes down to who fucking did it, I think people are way more focused on her going to prison for being the villain when really, at most, likely a tampering charge. I think we need to focus a little more heavily on Chris Albert. I mean, not Chris Albert, on Brian Albert and on Higgins. Because they are the most likely candidates. I don't think Jen, I don't think she packs a punch like that. Now, she may have bit his arms. That could be her. The tooth marks do look familiar. I do think Chloe could be getting a bad rap, or Cora, which, why are they naming mom? My mom, by the way. Okay. I'll get to that in a minute. Why are they naming, and also we're still looking at Fan, by the way. Why are they naming that? Why are all the dogs in Boston named after NXT talent, like female superstar? It makes no sense. I have noticed that trend. That is weird. Another thing is my mom has been texting me about K-pop all morning, and I love it. She's obsessed with BTS, and she is in the BTS army. Met a girl at the K-pop store trying to get mom Mother's Day presents. Turd was there. The girl was like, she's like, I'm in the Army Reserves or whatever, the BTS Army Reserves. I don't know what that is. But they, there's also BTS AWOL, which is when you absolutely abandon BTS. Now, what is BTS? They are a bunch of little Korean fellas that went into the military, so the band broke up, but they're a boy band. They're the NSYNC of Korea. One of them is my mom's. Jin or something is one of her favorites, and one that does a ribbon dance. She knows everything about all of them. She is in a BTS moms group on Facebook, and shit got wild for a minute. Apparently, I don't know if I'm supposed to be telling you this. Apparently, one woman was about to divorce her husband because of BTS. Like, she was like, he thinks it's weird. He thinks I spend too much time in BTS moms group. Like, he doesn't like that I'm in a military institution or whatever, like with the BTS, because they have their own BTS army and they take it very seriously. He doesn't want to BTS with me, and I'm gonna fucking leave his ass. And bitches were like, fucking leave him. And it became mutiny. And mom's like, I'm getting concerned about the BTS group. I told her, tell me all the drama. It is off the charts. It is insane. Anytime someone gets BTS gear or like, I don't know, like fucking swag, fucking merch, they show it off, and it always causes fights, especially if somebody's kid made it or it was something homemade or from an Etsy store. And they're like, that's not official merchandise. And then it becomes a whole thing. I find it very funny. No, not poor mama. Oh, that lady? Yeah, fucking crazy. But no, not poor my mom. My mom loves this shit. She's having the time of her life. But anyway, I met someone in the BTS store or the K-pop store who was explaining all of this to me, and it does sound like, I think my mom's in a Korean boy cult, but she did say she got my dad into it, and I think he thinks that they're girls, so that's why he likes it. Anyway, here we go. Back to court.
Anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that, correct?
Michael Proctor.
We're going to go back a little bit. And I will put it at 1.25 and it will correct itself. Okay. But yeah, I'm thinking I'm getting Mom this BTS box, or it's like a Korean K-pop box. So she gets K-pop shit in the mail every month. And she explained to me that so expensive.
Right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
But they will be so jealous of her. So I'm thinking maybe I need to do that. Also, I've never seen my mom more depressed than the day they sent her Jin Un or whatever his name is to the Korean military. She was so fucking mad. She's like, they're fucking broken up. Like my mom was ready to go fight for Korea. Anyway, today, her and her class, she is a teacher. Today, her and her class, today they are, here we go again. It's because I talked about BTS too much. The Koreans have come and they've invaded my board. She's a very good fan. She's very loyal to her BTS, but I did ask her if she got drafted into the BTS military, and she said, "Oh, Kate, come on. I did it voluntarily." And I'm like, wow, okay. Yes. Also, Bella's mom, my parents were Fox News adjacent. They were Fox News parents, but then Fox News pissed them off during the mass shooting that they were in, and they were pretty pissed off at Fox. So then they got One America News, and then they got pissed again. And now I don't even know I don't think they watch news. I think they just watch cooking shows and K-pop, K-dramas, Korean soap operas. And they watch a lot of zombie stuff. So like zombies, Korean soap operas. I think they have NRA TV. So it's Korean soaps, NRA TV, cooking shows, and zombie stuff. That's pretty much it. That's it.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Netti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally? Sorry?
No read right.
Okay. All right. you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay. Excuse me.
You shall swear never to the court and jury in the case down here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks.
And how long were you at that barracks?
For about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks.
And how long were you in Charlton?
For a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scale's just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document and memorialize at that second?
Mia, thank you so much. Mia, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. You are the best. You know what, everyone? Mia is top child today. Mia is top child. Mia is fucking. You know what happened? Hold on. Come on. There we go. Thank you, Mia. Also, I want to let you guys know, Chairgate, which is, am I going to get my chair back? Happened. And it's over. I am getting a refund on my chair. Well, not a refund. I'm getting a credit so that I can get a new chair. I don't know if I told you guys that. So I will be looking at chairs again. Okay? So that's going to take me about 6 months, because when I tell you it is difficult to pick a good chair, takes Dad a hot minute. I might start a new blog. I used to have one from the first time I went on a chair hunt. I will likely start a second, and I will be reviewing every chair I sit in. Also, I do have the option of 3 different boards that I'm working on attaining. One of them is free from a friend. The other is an old one that I need to rewire. And there's a potential new one that isn't that expensive that I think I might grab just because it would be great for music as well. But I will be replacing the board soon. You will also, excuse me, you will also be noticing a difference in the background in the coming weeks. I said that before, but I mean it this time. Now, Dad did discover a spider on the wall, smashed it with something, and put a little hole. So Dad had to tape float and patch it. Okay. And then I ended up rearranging my whole office. Everything around me is fucked up. So that's why we've been using the Hell in a Cell background, because Dad's moving things around. All right. I also found out that I still have the cry cut machine, which you guys call Cricket because you're insane. And I'm going to figure out how to work that again. I totally forgot about that. But I pulled that out and put stuff everywhere. It's just a mess, but changes in the coming weeks. And I thank you very much. Dance Kinetics fan, Mia Bito, you're the best. Yes. Tape and float. I am my daddy's daughter. Here we go.
Secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave.
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out. So I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc, are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave?
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc in those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, One Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 is this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at One Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You know, I don't know. I just want to take this time to point. Fucking A. I just want to take this time to point out I was bumped from behind in traffic the other day on Mother's Day. It was one of the reasons I was cranky because that is the second time I have been involved in a hit and run in the last 3 months where somebody hit my car and drove off. And this time, the first time it did a lot of damage. This time, no damage whatsoever other than like a tiny little crack on the headlight that you could barely see. And it kind of fucked up my alignment a little. And that happened driving on Mother's Day. So literally look totally fine. You wouldn't even notice if you didn't drive it and feel that. And then, yeah, bad luck Honda. That's where I got it. I got it at Bad Luck Honda in Austin, Texas. Bad Luck Honda is where you go. But yeah, it's one of the reasons I was in a piss poor mood. But it Yeah, I'm totally fine. But it was just, it made me mad because it's like, it's a 2007. Like, can it rest? Can it have a fucking moment? Quit beating it. It's already dead. And also they hit me from behind. Like they hit me in the back. And in Texas, if you rear end someone, it is always your fault. So it would have been their fault, but they drove off. So why do I say that? Because literally the way she hit John's car and how you just see it barely lift up on the tire, like a little bit hard, a little bit harder, and that's about how hard I was hit. It really didn't leave that much damage, but it did slightly crack my taillight. So I just think, I don't know, interesting. You can hit a car and not do visible damage to it, but cause internal damage. So yeah, they hit it from the back and took off.
Good morning, Peter.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022.
Ryan, how fucking dare you? Of course I called Morgan and Morgan. And they put me on hold.
You, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ryan Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
137.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give before the hearing of case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison by swabbing a person's cheek cells and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to the Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
Mm-hmm. So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the police department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I'm looking forward.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Yo, I like that guy. I'm not gonna lie, I like that guy. That was like nothing. That was like bada bing, bada boom. I was in there. Now let me leave the room. I don't hate it. And also, hold on, I gotta push this shit down. Okay. Maybe. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Bella's mom, I agree. How many of you, one's in the chat if you drive a stick shift? I'm very interested. A Daewoo isn't, just look it up. It's fucking crazy. Michael used to have a Daewoo. I think it's Australian. I want to say, I can't remember if he drives one in eastbound and down, or no, it was Pineapple Express. I think he mentions the Daewoo. Oh my God, so many people drive standard in here. Fuck yes, dude. Mia too. You can't drive, Reggie? It's okay. We'll teach you. Bella's mom has got it going on automatic for you, Sassy. I gotta do standard, dude. The gas mileage is great. Yeah, gear stick, dude. I cannot drive it automatic. I will kick it into neutral mid fucking coast, or if it prevents it, I will just keep pushing on it and go, what the fuck is wrong with this thing? The lack of a clutch trips me out. I like being in control. I like to be able to speed up quicker and slow down quicker. I like not needing to jump start with all that shit and touch my bat. I can just push me down a hill. Here I go. Yeah, you respect the engine with a standard. I hate them too. I hate automatics. There's just so much. The car really speaks to you in a standard. It's just a whole different feeling, dude. It's a whole different car. Drives totally different, more in control. As long as you don't wear your clutch out, dude, those things will go for fucking ever. And the best point on here is what Homegirl said earlier. What is it? Where is it? Where is it? The thing about nobody wants to steal it. 100%. The amount of times vehicles around me got fucked up and broken into and stolen, and mine didn't get touched. So many. Simultaneously, if somebody tries to carjack you in the middle of traffic and they see you have a standard, they're not going to know how to drive that shit. So they're likely to leave. Or they'll make you drive them, and then I would just drive right into a fucking wall. Fuck you. Anyway, hello, Darlene. Hello. Karen is in court today. She's wearing a powder blue. People are fighting about it on Twitter. Enjoy. Good to see you. You're unwell still? No, she's fine. How are you, Darlene? Did you pass your stones? Tombstones. Motion to rename you Darlene Stones. Darlene, are you feeling better? She's fine. She's in court. How are you doing? Of course, it's going to take forever to load. Okay. Why is this happening every fucking time? Hold on.
Follow me, ma'am.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, we do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer a spelling of your last name?
Is this Colleen?
My name is Maureen Hartnett.
No.
Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the arson and trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for crime scene services section, as well as the firearms identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different types of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And then above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes. Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sallyport area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
Take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
They were showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury's P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes. So this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes. So I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to present it. Did it?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
And show it to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes.
P161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examine the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass on the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Can we listen to evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court's permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just wanted to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes. Well, there's a letter. Yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P176. Could we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent.
Okay, so let's take a moment and talk about this. There's a dent now. That come on. You know, I'm gonna keep trying. There's a dent. There's scratches. Are we just gonna attribute anything and everything fucked up on her car to him? Because I'm sorry. Where did these scratches come from? Was he scratching the car? Now? What again, show me how the scratches got on him. I don't give a fuck how the scratches got on her car. Because there's no paint on John, right? There's no paint. In her vehicle has paint, right? So in the 90s, They were already fucking pulling apart paint samples for God knows how many fucking cases. This is old school forensics. So we got no paint. Good point, Sassy. No fucking blood. Okay. And then there's a dent. And also the scratch locations, the back and the side now. So I think what we're doing here is we are now showing every ding and scratch and dent that Karen ever got on her vehicle and falsely attributing it to a victim who does not have residual paint, anything left from this vehicle on him. Okay. One could argue, which they will, that there is one of his hairs on the car or on the vehicle, but it is not where his head would have supposedly struck, because his head supposedly struck the ground. So make it make fucking sense, please.
In my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. You mentioned the hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. You recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, is A and B, please. 144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own.
Okay, I do apologize for this, but I do have to go back a little bit because fuck this fucking thing. Come on. Let me see it. I want to see the zoom in real quick. Let's look at the location. Okay, pause it. All right. So please keep in mind. Let me pull this closer. There we go. There we go. Okay, so keep this in mind, you guys. And actually, we're going to rig it. Hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Okay, there we go. We're going to use physics and engineering. I'm going to shove a pen in there and it's going to hold that down. There we go, finally. Okay. All right, a highlighter is currently pressing between the countertop above my desk and onto the button, and it's just going to stay there. Okay. So this is where the hair is. This is important because a lot of people do the whole, oh, so she hit him with a car. Okay, well, how did that happen? Oh, well, there was a hair there. Oh, well, this must be, okay. For those of you who don't know this part of the case, and let me pull Banner down because even though I know you guys love it, it does slow things down. Okay. keep in mind, the Commonwealth is trying to say that he hit his head, the big contusion on the back of his head that he bled out from that likely killed him, according to them. He hit his head on the back, all right, as it hit the cement or the hard snow or the, it came off, hold on, or the lava rock glass, okay, whatever the fucking glass on the ground, the fucking stoned ground, whatever the fuck they want to say, the berm, the fucking everything, like whatever is hard enough to kill a man, they have maintained is where he hit his head. Whether, it's a fucking pole or a fucking tree, like it doesn't matter what it could be, a pillow, and they're gonna tell you it was a hard fucking pillow. Okay, so he hits his head on the back, right? Now they're saying there's a hair right there. So let me make this bigger because I cannot stress enough how stupid this is. This is when I knew this is definitely this poor work. This is not good work. So for his hair to be there, he hit his head. Well, why is there no giant knot on the front of his head? You would think a thwack from this would cause that. But well, how would his hair get there otherwise if he wasn't hit on the head? So somehow, even though his head hit the ground and never came in contact with the car, this hair is proof. Now, here's another thing. If they're trying to say his head hit this, then it would make more sense. But they're not. They're saying it hit the ground. So maybe that hair was there already, considering, I don't know, they were fucking and they were together. And he likely rode in her car a lot. In fact, he rode in it that night. He could have had a jacket back there. It makes no fucking sense. But here's what's even crazier. See the light above it? This is what scratched his arm up like that. Do you see how shallow that is? It goes in maybe 3 to 4 inches. So even if he went in elbow first and came all the way out, those scratches would not go as far up as they go. So even if his arm did go in there and make scratches that went all the way that far up, which they didn't, how did the hair get there? None of it makes sense. He would have to be arm up, bending down, also somehow holding a glass. But then what created the scratches on the side of the vehicle that they're blaming her for? Do you see what I mean? None of this fucking fits. None of it fucking fits. And they keep changing it, which tells you that there is reasonable doubt because they have already given us 3 to 4 stories, remember, of how it all went down. So the fact that there hasn't been one consistent story throughout the entire trial and last trial and before and currently tells us that there is reasonable doubt. There's reasonable doubt to not believe the first thing they said happened, which is why they moved on to the second. And then there was doubt to that. So they moved on to, like, the entire case is built on unreasonable doubt, which is even worse. Like, everything is unreasonable and I fucking doubt it. That's all I'm saying. Like, how, even if this, like, let's say it is his hair. Oh, wow. Okay, how did it get there if his head didn't hit the vehicle? It hit the ground, right? So what the fuck are we doing? It makes no fucking sense. And last I checked, if you were to get body checked by a vehicle, right? Like if it were him getting body checked, hair doesn't fall out and land. And it would take time. I don't understand. Also, why would the taillight pieces be buried so much lower than the cocktail glass if it all fell at the same time? It makes no fucking sense. That's all I'm saying. Back to this.
If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the Crime Scene Services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken tail light, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You can take that down, please.
Yo, I'm about to get pissed because I saw that. First of all, yeah, technically it's taillight housing, but it's also, you could just call it the light assembly. It is the assembly that she took apart. Hold on. Show it again. There we go.
Can you tell us what that is?
Okay, pause it. This kind of pisses me off because I've seen the exact same make, model, year, everything of this. And you see this right here? That little crack right there, or not? Well, I think it's a crack. See how there's a triangle missing? And then you see here how there's this little piece sticking out that's pointy. There should be another one right there, if I remember correctly. And if not there, then here, it looks like there's like a little U shape. It should stick out and have a little like shark fin type of thing. Okay. And the fact that it looks fucked up right here and right here, because this is all plastic, it's hard plastic, right? It is a break in the housing, absolutely. So what does that tell you? let me tell you what it tells me. And if Scotty Kilmer sees this, he would be so fucking pissed. Let me show you actually what this tells me is, so right behind here where this light assembly is, this is where the bulb goes in, and in the back there's a plug and it goes directly into the electrical system, okay? So that plug goes into the electrical system, and then it attaches to the fucking light bulb, which goes, and it usually rests inside a metal thing that you can pull. You would take a little metal thing and you'd squeeze it, and then you'd separate it, and that's a little thing that like protects the light from slipping around and bouncing around. But then there's like a little disc that goes around it. The best way I can explain it is it looks like, if you've ever seen the burner protectors for an oven, for a stove, I mean, that you put over the little metal things on the burner, it looks like that. And two sides go like this, or like symbols being put together, and they're metal, and there's a hole in them, and the light goes through it, and then you have these pins that hold it in place, right? So all that shit is back there. Okay. In order to take out a light assembly or taillight housing, especially in Lexus, it's really fucking hard unless you do something very specific, which sucks. It's the exact same as a Honda. You typically want to take off the whole bumper. That sounds crazy, right? But right under the light, there's a piece that goes like this, and that is the outer what do you call it? The outer body of the vehicle. That is the beginning of the bumper, and then it goes all the way across the back, and then it comes up and does that under the other. Why would you remove that? That's silly. That's a lot of work. Well, because it holds up this thing that people will call it like a chassis, which is where the electrical shit is. That's got a chassis protector cover. Okay. Then you have the light assembly resting on it, which is this, and it all fits in snug, and there's clips in there, plastic hard clips. Okay. And then you have these little butterfly screws that are also hard plastic, but basically they hold it all in place. They hold it all in place, and they also hold all your bumper up, and you have a whole bunch of them. If you pull that assembly out without disconnecting all of this, yes, thank you, Angela, a wiring harness, also known as a chassis. If you don't disconnect all of that shit first and you just try to pull it, those hard plastic things are going to catch on the interior of what? The fucking outer body of the car. It's also going to catch on the bottom where the fucking bumper begins. And again, it starts up here and then wraps all the way around. Why is this important? Because if you are ripping this assembly out, the whole housing out even, and it is caught, all right, and then you still have the light bulb plugged in, you're gonna have a real fucking hard time getting it out of there, because this isn't something where you can squeeze it, pull it out, and let go. Like, if you've ever taken your glove box out, usually you could squeeze the edges of it, and then it like basically comes out of the little holes. Don't laugh. The little pegs come out of the little holes, and then you could just slide it on out easily. And that, by the way, ladies, literally just squeezing both sides, like open your glove box, squeeze both sides. Sometimes it just slips right out. Right there, behind that, you're going to see a thing with two clips. Unclip them, pull it out. That is your cabin air filter. You know, when you go get your oil changed and they say you need to replace your cabin air filter and they charge you like $50 to $100? Okay, that little air filter in there costs $7 to $10 on Amazon. And all you have to do is squeeze the clips, remove it, and replace it. That's it. So they rip you off, and they charge you about an hour for labor sometimes just to do that. So I've seen people spend $100 to $150 to $200 to replace a cabin air filter, when all you have to do is squeeze your glove box, pull it out, unclip it, put it back in. That's it. That's it. Another mechanic trick that pisses me the fuck off, that they will always, when I say they, I mean mechanics, they will always fuck women over on this. I saw someone pay $300 once, and I've seen people pay $700 in Texas for this. they tell you a relay switch is out. Now, unless it is on your steering wheel assembly or really that's it. Your steering wheel assembly. Like other than that, a relay switch is plugging in something. It is literally like if you were plugging in something to a wall socket. That's it. That's all it is. That's it. And you can take it's like when a fuse goes out, it's right there in the fuse box. You unplug it, you replace it. Done. You can look at it and you can touch it with a voltmeter. If it lights up, good. If it doesn't, bad. People pay so much money, $300 to $700, to have someone unplug and plug in a part that costs $40 at most. It is infuriating. Anyway, what they did here, you can't squeeze it to pull it out, which is why you have to take the bumper off. Now, when I was watching that, they didn't take the bumper off. So I think what happened was, I think they broke right here, which makes sense because the light is resting into that. And it's being held on by basically the squeezing. Like if it was loose, it would just fall the fuck out. So it's very tightly fitted in there. And the slightest push on the inside can crack all of that. It is a tough light. It is polycarbonate, whatever the fucking outside made, really hard to crack. But an easy way to do it is the tension and the pressure from being inside that fucking little casing and then having that fucked with or pushed down upon. It's like a window that's about to burst out because a building is collapsing. So it looks like what they did was they took the lazy route instead of taking apart everything on the back end of the Lexus so that they could get to disassembly and remove it. They chose to pull on it until they broke the top and the left pegs that stick in it. And then they likely would have had to, I don't know, I don't even know, did they fuck up the wiring? I don't know. Because also fucking up wiring can throw codes and it can throw other things off, and that can also affect the infotainment on some cars. So if they are reading infotainment or anything electronic on the car later, this could be like a false flag that causes other issues. And this could be a make and model car that specifically shuts down certain features or certain abilities of the car. Like, in other words, like you can't use this because this is fucked up. And that would really change a lot in the car. For example, in a Prius, typically if trying to think of what's a good, okay, if your cabin air filter has a leaf in it, it will kick off your AC. Okay, like completely. All right. If that happens, sometimes because of the electronics in a Prius and the way that it's set up, it can also cause other issues when you are stopping and starting your car, and it can throw this code that will also show that you have an emissions issue. And then once you fix it, all those codes get thrown out. So it's just interesting to me that they would fuck it up this bad, try to play it off, and that she in any way works with disassembling any cars. Like, that is crazy. And if it was an issue of not wanting to fuck up evidence or touch the vehicle, I mean, they should have thought of that beforehand. I'm sure they've done this millions of times, processed vehicles. So put your big boy pants on and fucking do the work. Like, this was sloppy as shit. If you went to a mechanic and they did this, you would get your money back and you would want to write into the Better Business Bureau. This is like when they tow your car wrong and fuck it up. This is crazy.
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
Hold on. They brought this out before, didn't they? Where's the yellow tape and the label?
You could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. You could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
There are additional items in that box.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you point?
Yo, is Bev chastising her about how she's storing evidence? Because that's hilarious. And also, hun, please don't take your gloves on and off over the open bag, you dumb bitch.
Lunch is here? All right, sure, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Of course.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please.
All right.
Rise for the jury.
All right. Well, that was fucking crazy. I am going to go back again because I did pause it a lot and I would like to hear hers again.
It is.
Now, so I'm going to go back.
Biology from Bridgewater State University.
I don't care about her accreditations. They're not that good, but I would like to hear this part again. So we're going to listen to it again and then we'll watch some goofy sillies. Okay.
So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sallyport area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There are Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they are done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I would move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
Take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury's P-144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes. So this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes. So I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P-161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examine the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I'll refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court's permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you?
Sure. So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just wanted to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes. Well, there's a letter. Yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay. Thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this to the other.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P176. We zoom in just a little bit more, please. You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. You mentioned the hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
What's in that photograph?
This is of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, yes, A and B, please. 144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassy envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether this video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
Have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. You could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. You could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so. Yes, why don't you pull in? Actually, follow the lunches here. All right, jurors, the lunches are here, so it seems like good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes.
Okay. Well, lunch is here.
Okay, jurors, wait.
Lunch is here, so
Please
Bev
rise for
is
the jury.
fucking dying. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can rig this again. There we go. It's just pushing nice and tight on that. It's probably going to flick out and hit me in the face. Okay. So we had the fun watching Bev be crazy. How about now we go back to Marcus, but only after this, because I see some of you guys, some of you kids, you've fallen asleep. You've fallen asleep. Okay. Let me go to live. Where are we? Okay. They're still doing their sillies. They're still away. So I see some of you kids falling asleep because it is fucking boring. And that's on me. I should have done a better job when I was writing this trial. That's my bad. But for those of you who are wake the fuck up, because it's Karen Read Day. All right. And also, don't forget to get
Hi. You're both high.
okay. All right. And of course, we can't
Hey,
forget.
look who I find it here in the desert. A small baby doggy. Meow. Where is your mother? Doggy. He keeps sucking my toes. I think he's LGQ HD TV candidate, but I don't mind. Now you wash your plate. Because every day I clean for you, now today you clean yourself. Today I take my baby doggy to get a rabbis vaccination. Hey, stay under the sit down. Is the air conditioner touch you good? I don't understand why baby doggy have to get rabbis vaccination. So what if he's racist? He's not racist, he's just a baby. This is for happy born day. Blow him, blow him. Don't eat this one. New update on my baby doggy today. He's now 3 hands long. He have a passport. Now stop licking me, you son of a LGQ HD TV advocate. We're gonna take him to the United Kingdom. Hey, I have another baby doggy. She's mother died, and I'm gonna take her to make her wife for Chuki. Look at this long boy. Look, his wife tried to get his attention, but he don't care.
Okay, and there's baby Brian. Rabbi vaccination, absolutely. Okay, now we're going to go back. We're going to watch and finish our Marcus video from earlier, and it's so good, I think I'll start it at the beginning, because who gives a fuck? Okay? Bruce, we are going to wed in an arranged marriage to Andrea one day. He switches between Jewish and Muslim. And also, no, he loves the gays. He puts that in his shit. In fact, I think he had one where he was talking about one of his gay friends. They just it's different type of humor. Let's just say that. It's kind of like how, Auntie says dramatic gay bitch. Like it depends on who's taking it what way, But he does absolutely he's married and he has kids. But he has like a family member that I think is gay. I don't know if it's his brother or uncle, cousin, I don't know. But he always talks about, there's a couple of posts actually on his IG where he talks about like, why does it matter if you're gay or not? You can love who you love. It's very cute. But Marcus is like an onion. We are going to learn. Here we go.
And what matters? Nothing, right?
I don't think you should dance like that. You might injure yourself, and I really don't want to be held accountable.
Robert, I've discharged my fluid.
What does that mean? What does that mean, Marcus? You take a pee?
It's over there.
Marcus, I'm not going to go in.
It's kind of gooey and sticky. Goopy and gooby and green. Lick my finger.
That's I'll pass for now, Marcus. Maybe next time. Old lady. But yeah, what can you tell me what aisle you discharged in so I can clean it? Where are you going? Yeah, it's a nice shirt. It's blue. I don't think it'll fit you, but it's nice.
I don't like this color.
I'm so sorry. Where is he going? All right, well, good to see you, Marcus. Watch out for the giant rat. Marcus? Hey, Marcus, do you know how to get out of this place? Hi, Marcus. I've been I'm kind of lost in this grocery store. Do you know how to get? Okay. Thank you.
How have you been?
I've been good. Since you got me fired from Kmart. Marcus, how do we get out of here?
Have you tried the moon juice? Or perhaps the diet moon juice.
I haven't tried either the moon juice or the diet moon juice. I'm trying to get out of this place. This place is kind of cursed. You know the way out, right?
But there's 10% sale.
That's great. I've been stuck in here for what feels like hours.
No.
I don't want any moon juice, okay? Marcus, I don't know what you're doing. Do you know how to get out of this place, Marcus? Like I'm severely
Why not?
lost. I've been in this store for 2 hours. This place is cursed.
I'm on a mission.
Okay.
Baby no wabby dobby doo. Have you seen him?
I was that English? What did you just say?
Oh, baby. Wibby wobble wibby. Wow.
Marcus, you're just rambling random words. I don't think any of that actually makes any sense.
I'm looking for him. He's been on my radar. Trace them into this location.
Okay. Look, Marcus, where are you going?
Oh no. Not this skibble wibble wibby ba 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 boo.
What is happening? Are you good?
Follow me.
Oh, one second, guys. Marcus? I'll be right back, guys.
What the hell? All right, we'll keep doing business over here in the bathrooms.
Okay, Marcus, I think they can hear you. Okay, we'll be right back, guys.
Sneaky.
Right.
Okay.
Beat his ass, Peter. Beat his ass.
Oh, Marcus, sorry, I'm in the middle of a business meeting. Here, why don't we go into the alley so it's a little more quiet?
Corn chips.
Did you pay for those?
No, not really.
Okay, well, you probably should. That's
How is your night going?
Man, it's going good, dude. This gas station, it's really popping off. I think this business is going to be real successful.
I don't care. Listen,
okay.
Robert,
Wow.
This place is evil.
It's evil? What the hell? It's a gas station. How evil can it be?
They don't sell any 2000 PSI cold water corded electric pressure washers.
2000 PSI corded electric. What? I beg your pardon? What do you?
Yes.
Is that why it's evil? Because they don't sell that? I mean, does any gas
Yes.
station sell that?
Nah.
So is every gas station evil then?
Don't make me mad, Robert.
Okay. I'm sorry, man. I'm real sorry. Okay. All right.
You've got to be careful out there. Don't trust the crustaceans.
Okay, so you're saying I shouldn't trust the lobster people, but they've been real nice to me, man. That's pretty sick what you're doing right there. I can't tell if you're missing or if you're trying to switch directions. It's pretty cool, Marcus. Marcus, how's Jimbo James been?
I don't know.
Okay, you do realize you guys kind of left them behind last time. You guys forgot Jimbo James. No, are you okay? Did they run you over? Oh, God damn it.
What is that?
Marcus, I know what you're going to do. If I turn around, you're going to disappear, okay? Wait, stop. Ow, no. Wait, what? There is something there. What the hell is that? Okay, I'll go check it out. Hello?
Oh, hey, what's up? It's me, Timothy Exotic. Nice to meet you.
Timothy Exotic. That's your name.
Timothy. My name is Timothy. Timothy
Exotic.
Exotic. What's up?
Hi, are you
I
friends
will
with...
douse you in gasoline and ignite it into a fiery, sacrificial display of immolation from my own satisfaction, you stupid, idiotically Berman.
Yes, friends?
See, that's what I like about, this person right here. Because, like, they're pretty chill.
Yeah, it seems like you guys have a really good dynamic
Want
with each
some
other.
corn chips?
Honestly, I'll take it, but I don't want to eat too many because, like, this is also yours, right? So, like, I want to interrupt you in your munchies. You feel me?
I don't like this guy.
Listen here, Robert. It's been nice talking.
Wait, before you leave, can I ask you something? It's something that's been killing me.
I'm gonna head out. Good night.
Okay, you said that was Jimbo James, the guy with the green, the frog, but you also said he only speaks Cantonese.
Yes.
So if you and him know each other, does that mean that you speak Cantonese? Because how else would you know that's Jimbo James?
Yes.
What?
I will commit a home invasion now.
You need to stop. You have money. Why are you doing these things? You have money. What? I don't even understand. I don't understand.
Oh, goody.
You like booze, Mark?
Pay for Dan.
Not really.
Oh, okay. He seemed really excited to see it. No, okay, but I mean, okay. Well, do you want me?
I'm really excited to see you, Robert.
I'm excited to see you too, Marcus. Do you want me to get you anything from the gas station?
Tactical roll.
Oh, that was a sick roll. It was a really sick roll.
Didn't see that coming. Sneaky.
No, I didn't. I didn't. You must have gotten some really good iframes on that. So do you want me to get you anything, Marcus, while we're here? Sorry about your
This
family.
guy looks stupid. Stupid
What?
bitch ass.
What? Don't call me that. You don't even
Dumb
know.
bitch. Stupid fuck.
You look stupid. You fuck.
Whoa,
you
guys.
I hate you, stupid.
You're wrinkly. You're
Guys.
stupid, Jeff.
Calm down, please. I told you guys might be related.
He called me wrinkly.
He did. He did call you wrinkly. I'm sorry to hear that.
Am I wrinkly, Robert? To be honest.
No, you look prime. You look prime shape, honestly. I don't think he likes you very much.
Stupid fuck. Bull
You
bitch
stupid
ass.
fuck you. You're gonna die.
Whoa, he jumped. Whoa, he's running. Stuck in the wall. So, Marcus, you got stuck in the wall for a second there. What is he doing? Whoa, what the hell? A raccoon. Hello, Marcus? Holy shit, Marcus. It's so good to see you. I've been stranded in the middle of this.
You, Robert.
Huh? What? Do you have any water? I'm starving. I'm so dehydrated. I'm dying, man.
You haven't seen the beam spiders, have you?
I did. I saw a bean spider. Well, how did you know about that? Like, I thought I was hallucinating.
You what?
No, I did. I saw. Is that a bad thing? It's really odd.
I got some green stuff on my finger again. I'm a little sad about it.
I'm sorry. Maybe you could rub it in the sand or something. Yeah, it's pretty barren here. Marcus, Please tell me you know a way out of here, bro. I need this. Oh, follow you? You're gonna help me? Oh my God, Marcus. You're a hero.
Do you think they sell Q-tips around here?
In the middle of the desert?
I've been needing some.
I don't think so, Marcus. I don't think so. I sure hope you know where you're going.
They didn't have any at Walgreens.
Oh, so you found Walgreens? That's good. That makes me happy that you found Walgreens.
Yes.
You don't have ears. What do you need Q-tips for? It's a good point. I'm sorry.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. All right.
You think it's a simple answer. It's not. It's never what you think it is.
Right.
In the end, what matters? Nothing, right? So you
friends
make
we
it
made.
for yourself.
Oh.
You make your rigatoni pasta.
Okay.
Your canned chicken noodle soup on evergreens.
Are you
Your
trying
moon juice, Robert.
Are you trying to say that everything that's ever happened has brought us to this point? Like that all the things we've eaten and everything we've done has brought us here?
Nah. Oh no.
What? What's going on? What's going on?
Robert, help.
Oh my God.
My ankle.
No. Stop. Don't move. You're gonna hurt it. You're gonna hurt it more. Wait, you're freaking out. No, Marcus, chill. Marcus, stop. Marcus, you're freaking out.
Robert, help.
Marcus? Okay. Are you okay? I'm here.
Am I going to make it?
I don't know. I hope so. I think so. Yes, you are going to make it. We're going to make it out of here together. All right? I know we can. Oh. Whoa, sick roll. Marcus?